All right, moving on.
I think it's funnier if we just begin every session now with awkward silence. I wait until right after a joke and then no one's laughing, and then I just hit, like, start record. And I just wait to see what someone says. I'm like, it's like the world's worst Mexican standoff. All right, who's gonna break the ice? What's someone actually able to say now? Oh. God. Well, I think we have spent enough time catching Dave up on the confusations. What's the noun? Like, the confusions? That's a word, not confusations.
Yeah, I would go with confusions.
The less, you're all caught up and you know what's going on.
Right.
Yes.
Wait for it, wait for it, wait for it. Alrighty. So, after arriving in the city of Fortun Isol, dealing with the trials and tribulations of the road, both human and not so human. Mostly not so. Though, the debatable aspect of whether or not your problems in Riverstone were, at any level, mortal or corporeal and tangible are completely up to your own interpretations, because there was no scholar there to truly understand what the fuck was going on. But after you made your way through Riverstone Keep, acquiring the MacGuffin, if you will, the wooden carvings of Grayson Hoslow's mother, and eventually going through the mountains, you made your way back on the road and gunned it as quickly as you could to Fortun Isol, stopping only to rest and eventually get cleaned up to try and look your best arriving in the city. And your time in the city consisted of finally sleeping in a bed in a place with private rooms, and then committing a lot of crime. Like, a lot of crime. Like, maybe the record for the most, like, crime to time in city ratio in Fortun Isol's history. Like, outside of someone, like, showing up with a literal powder keg and, like, blowing it up in the town square, I don't think you could do more crime than what you guys did in your first night. And that was just 2 people. Imagine if you all put your minds to it.
I know, that's the goal.
Imagine how many wallets you could steal if all 5 of you were in on it. Not content to just do crime, you went to bed, and then the next day had a menagerie of things to do on your I almost said bucket list, but that, I mean, I guess technically on your list of you had a menagerie of things to do. First off, getting Strig cured. Second off, hopefully going to see what's going on with Mira's everything, given she's been gone for so long from the city. This time it was meeting up with her old job, learning what happened, and eventually, by sheer happenstance, running into Grayson Hoslow, who invited you all to a very nice banquet as a thank you for your quick, prompt, and successful acquisition of his mother's wooden carvings. And it was here that not only was what Rowan believed to be a problem of his past cropping back up, but a manner of other things, including, would you believe it, someone else asking you to commit more crimes, which, of course, you guys are taking to like bees with honey. Bees with sugar. And as your crime spree continued, the stresses of the banquet in the rearview mirror and, well, needing to still have the official paperwork for Riverstone Keep and the lands around it officially signed over to you in the morning.
We didn't know the name. I said we needed to do that.
You had a fucking week. Okay, Idarsh, you have a good excuse. The rest of y'all fuckers are at fault, though.
I know. I said from the start,
I wasn't aware that we needed
name?
to come up with a name until Wednesday, because I didn't know any of this was going on until I watched the video.
All right, well, listen. Let's do like a little bit of Jesus here and just blame Alex, huh?
No, I'm the newest to the group.
All right, so it sounds like
I'm blaming Alex because we could have just put it in Mira's name, like I said. And he refused. So
it's as the only person not defending themselves, Lee. Is it your fault that there's no group name yet?
Probably.
You made me feel bad for making that joke. Piece of shit.
I know, that's why I did it.
You piece of shit.
I know.
You using your meek demeanor to encourage guilt in people.
God damn it, Robert, I want you to pity me.
I'm sorry. I can't pity you. I know Alex. I know what deserves pity. But after leaving the banquet and breaking into a Sacred Blade office and stealing some keys, you, with a surprising amount of, like, practiced expertise, like, there were issues, but I don't think there was ever a question that you guys were going to succeed. Rowan is definitely showing himself as an expert at crime and crime-adjacent activities. I think that's really come out since you guys have come into Fortun Isol.
gotta make money.
And eventually making your way over towards the River Ward, where a number of Mira's closest confidants, the Guarantine family, resided. But it was a bittersweet reunion marred with strife, sadness, and a family that is apparently falling apart in the years since Mira's disappearance. But eventually, as the day began to wind down, it was of two groups, as Strig had no intention of staying here at the River Ward and began making his way in the Strig group back towards the old room, I believe with Frey.
It was me and Strig.
Oh,
Rob.
why did I think... no. That's right, Frey was sending someone.
Yes.
With Rowan, and
back to back.
with Frey and... With Frey and Mira staying back at the Guarantine house. So it is now here in the very inimitable moments of the late afternoon at the heart of Fortun Isol that I ask unto you. Garrett, where are you?
I am neither here nor there. No, I guess I'm gonna be taking, her name was Alice, correct? The sister?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna take Alice aside and just be kind of like, so I noticed no one asked this earlier, but is there a reason why we can't just go to Sacred Blade for proof of employment?
Really, don't. Generally speaking. And she's still kind of a stressed mess. And with that, it has been determined that Garrett is staying.
Yeah.
And so Frey's things will be staying, presumably, at the quarters for at least a little while
I think that depends
longer.
on if Garrett wants to earring scold me.
Or...
I'm supposed to send back Frey's stuff, and I'm being petty, so I've decided I'm not going to. But
I forgot
Garrett
about how
shames me,
petty
I will.
Rowan. Oh god, that's fun.
I don't even remember what it was.
Why are you being petty to Frey?
I now don't remember. There was something that Frey said to me or something.
It's just like in real life. You don't
okay.
need to remember why to be petty.
Yeah.
Okay, so Rohan had put his hand out to unspeakingly ask for the ring back, and Frey misinterpreted and thought Rohan wanted his wine. And then Rohan was all pissy.
What a healthy sitcom-esque relationship and interaction. And now, much like a CW show, you guys won't talk about it for 20 sessions and just let bitter resentment build up. So, as Garrett was asking, It's just, I have to have a meeting, and it's a lot. Listen, normally it's just not been an issue, and I don't even really know how to go about it, and it's really stressful in there. There's like, a lot of people, and
Why do you have to do any of that? They're the ones who are asking for that information. So is there not like I don't know what the correct word for it would be, but basically like a medieval equivalent to like human resources that like you could just be like, you need to direct all of your questions to SBI, Human Resources Department.
The problem is, I'm assuming that they've already done that. Like, everything's been fine.
Well, you
Parents
don't know
have been gone
that
for
they've
so
done that
long.
until you ask
Never
them.
been a problem, so why would it be a problem now?
Well, you gotta. You're jumping to conclusions. You gotta
Yeah,
follow
I
the
guess
process.
it can't hurt. I'll go in the morning.
Right, and then
Uh-huh.
if there becomes a problem from there, then we can plan
Yeah,
steps to
of
take to
course.
resolve it.
That, of course. Yeah. And if nothing else, at least it buys us more time to figure out what to do, right? I mean, Rowan had that great idea about, well, you know, helping me with all that. Like, she's like meekly trying to avoid Mira's judgment right now.
Right, exactly. Yes, that is something that.
I mean, am I listening right now?
I know
said,
at the beginning of this, Garrett said he had pulled her aside, so
Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely didn't hear that. They're actively.
worst case scenario. That's something that we could do, but I think before we jump right to the less legal options, we try the traditional way. I mean, let me put it this way. The best way to handle businesses is to make someone else force them to go through the bureaucracy. Because then you're hands off, you get to say, I can't give you that information because they can't give me that information, but you can get that information from them because that's how the process works, and bureaucracy is bureaucracy.
Right, maybe a charisma convince. Yeah, convince, that's what it's called. I still have to think about it once in a while.
Open my player sheet because I forgot to do that.
Dad's got to talk everybody down this session.
I just want to point out that I have a -1 to this, but here we go. That's a 4. I'm going to re-roll that.
Yeah, that is not going to alter her mood at all. Oh my god. All right. I like how you didn't even need me to tell you that was the force not gonna. Oh.
Well, that's a fail. I mean, you have to roll a minimum of a 6.
Yeah, real in almost every situation. Yeah. Right. So, thank you, Mr. I appreciate. She kind of turns over to the other side of the room where Mira is. Miss Mira, I appreciate everything. I do wish that you would have spoken up a little bit sooner, Mr. Garrett. Beggars can't be choosers.
No, I didn't want to presume, as it is your household essentially that you're running here, but I figured, you know, provide a little bit of support when I can. I don't really want to get in the way of the reunion and everything, but yes, probably would have helped if I'd spoken up sooner, so I do apologize for that.
She just shakes her head, and she's trying to just get herself put together, and you can hear from the other room, I found a bottle of the white, Miss Mira. You like what one, Miss Mira? And Magnus comes trouncing back in with what looks like a slightly spilled bottle of white wine. He smells heavily of it.
Oh, I don't really drink, Magnus. Here, let me like try to take it from him.
Right, I just wait. Listen.
Napkin to, like,
This has been just a lot to take in. All of this. Oh, I wish Alice would have told me earlier about Miss Mira, and all we can do, I guess, is hope things get better. And thank the saints that you showed up when you did. Kind of just puts an arm over Alice and gives her a little half hug. And you can tell there's like immediately just a lot more stress on his mind. The way he looks, his facial expression, the way he's holding himself. He's still Magnus, but he is not nearly as happy-go-lucky or quite as joyful, and he seems to be drinking more to ease his burdens than enjoy getting wine drunk right now.
Wait, did she tell him or not tell him? I thought she did.
No, she did. At the end of last session, she did.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we did the fade out of that, so this would be... Yeah.
I gaslighted myself.
Yeah, that's how last session ended, with her being like, I guess we talk. Oh. This was picking up a little while later.
Okay. Well, I'm sure everything will be all right. We can figure things out. Hopefully it just seems worse than it is.
Oh yeah, I mean, you know, we got you here, Miss Mira, and you're like the smartest person I've ever met. So,
Oh, I don't know about that.
well, I mean, right? I mean, Chester's probably smarter than you're better at like explaining things. Most of them. He kind of leans
there are
over
a
to
lot of
Garrett.
things that I don't know.
There's a lot of things a lot of people don't know, but at this point he leans over to Garrett. What smokes Miss Mira is she still thinks if you think hard enough you can fly, and that's fucking crazy.
I don't think that.
Garrett kind of like whispers behind Magnus, or like make sure he's like out of Magnus's view. He kind of like mouths like, I know.
Right, so, yeah, of course you are all free to stay here. As long as you need. We have a big house and it feels very empty. So, yeah, whatever we can. At this point, you can see Magnus's eyes just going wide in horror. Oh, fuck, I'm good. Miss Mary, do you need help in my hurry? I'm gonna need to make a lot of coin tonight if I'm gonna be buying, you know, a lot of fucking drinks and shit for Frey tomorrow.
I'm sure we can explain the situation to him.
No, that
He
would be
seems like a
so
reasonable person.
so rude. Why would I do that? I made a promise and a bet.
You could
I'm gonna have to win. I bet
wait until later.
I could.
To,
I bet.
yes.
Oh, you can see like his mind is running. I bet if I just take him to like the really seedy bars and just buy him ale, he might not know what good quality ale is because he seems like a wine kind of guy. So I could just buy him ale. It would be a lot cheaper. That would be lying by omission. That would be.
Yes.
Fuck. And at this point, he just sits down at the table and like crosses his arms, and after a second, puts his palm up, and puts his chin in his hand, and he's thinking as hard as you could ever imagine him capable.
You could tell the truth.
Yeah, but what if it makes him mad? That gentleman's agreement, and I don't want to be the
I
one
don't
to
think
break
he'll be
that.
mad. I don't think he'll be mad.
I don't know. Have you seen how nice his clothes are?
I don't think he'll be mad.
I think he would understand. Alternatively, you have the option of postponing until we resolve the issue, so that the bet is still on, but it doesn't have to necessarily. The bet doesn't necessarily have to be tomorrow night. You know, like the bet can take place at any time.
At this point, he's furrowed his brow and is in deep thought, just after a second, he like cocks his head to the side, raises his eyebrows, and then furrows his brow again. And you get this vibe that this is a man who is conversing with himself in his own head.
The gears are turning.
And after probably 30 seconds of this, you gather these gears are going to be turning for a long time to get any movement.
Uh-oh. They're losing traction. Right, well then,
So, anyway, I know you guys said that you had a mule or a horse or something.
yeah, we have a mule that is currently staying at our inn that Strig and Rohan are going to check on. And Garrett's like using the earring to be like, you're going to check on Henrietta when you get back there, correct?
Yeah, sure. You can do that.
Okay. That it wasn't like a check on her. It was like a hey, you're gonna like just don't forget, like that's part of your plan, right? Yeah.
Yes, of course. The most important person in our party.
Of course. After Frey, of course.
I said what I said.
Oh, well, I don't think it would work long term, but have kept horses here for a few days in the past. I'm sure you're fine. But yeah, I need to go, I'll be back. I need to go off some steam. I need to go. And she grabs a coat from the front foyer and heads out with another. Spira, you know, I trust you. Just waves and walks out the front.
Wait, wasn't her tutor still here too?
Yes. Still
Okay.
upstairs.
He's just kind of like, I'm out.
Alright, I guess. I like wave lamely.
What was that?
I will like just wave lamely, like, okay.
I do think to Garrett, just to make sure that he knows, like, Strig and I are staying at the hotel. Like, we're not coming back, so they don't need to worry about Henrietta. We will keep her here.
Okay. I will pass that information on to them.
And just to double check really quick, are you still staying in the same rooms? Henrietta's gonna be in 1-3, and then Rowan in 211, and Strig in 2-4.
I mean, that seems unnecessary, I guess. We can collapse to, I guess, 2 rooms and leave Henrietta where she is, and Strig and I can share a room.
Okay.
I
Yeah,
will
that
go to whatever room Strig was in before.
So it will be 1-3 Henrietta, and then 2-4 Strig and Rowan. Alright, I got those written down now just in case I need them later.
I hate this.
So, with all of that, as you guys decompress from a very stressful and highly emotional situation at the Guaranteed household, Rowan, as you are thinking back and forth with Garrett, who is very much trying his best to fix things and help out at the mess that has happened to that poor household. What are you and Strig doing? Strig?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just following along with Strig mostly to. I think I'm probably keeping an eye on Strig just to, like, I don't know, get a vibe of, like, is he scared or nervous? Is he, I don't know, like, what's the mood? Or, like, has he relaxed now that we're going back to the inn? Or where his mind's at?
I mean, there is no relaxing in Fortun Isol for Strig. The whole way back, he is just, like, paranoid, constantly watching over his shoulder, and he doesn't, like, relax until you're back in the hotel and the door's closed.
I'm just imagining how much that would, like, hurt your upper arms and shoulders if you're just stressed and on edge and, like, ready to draw a crossbow at a moment's notice.
Strig needs a chiropractor.
I think I'll ask, like, so is there something that I should be on the lookout for specifically that, you know, I don't know, like, is it just that there might be somebody who is trying to kill you, or, like, are there certain uniforms, or, like, is there a description of somebody specific you keep keeping an eye out for?
No, they have eyes everywhere. And, you know, just they're no uniforms. They're always watching.
I do also feel bad, I think, because I definitely, while we were at the Guaranteed's place, I definitely dropped our disguise. So you are yourself now. So
Yeah, so a 10, like 100 out of 10 paranoia.
yeah.
2 generic guards enter the Guaranteed household. A very foreign-looking man and a fucking dirty dude who looks like this dirty fucking hot dude come walking out. Not suspicious at all. God, I could not imagine being that paranoid holding a heavy-ass crossbow.
2 heavy-ass crossbows. They're decorative.
I'm really excited for when they figure out when figures out decorative doesn't mean like wielded or something. So, you guys do eventually reach your way back to the quarters. You get things squared off, letting them know that letting the grub master know that you're switching your rooms up. He just gives a good old nod and just he looks very stressed. Just of course, things have been stressful. Miss Yvonne still isn't back. Looking for her earlier. I actually mentioned it to somebody.
Do you have any idea where she is, or?
I mean, probably working on. But I'm not super worried just yet. I'm sure she'll turn.
Okay.
She's disappeared before, never this long, but sometimes she just gets busy with her own life.
Sure, makes sense. I think Rohan is just like, Rohan has like started to recognize the pattern of like we meet a charismatic new person and they start talking to us about something going on in their life, and then it like adds 3 days to their whole journey. So he's just kind of like slowly backing away, like, yeah, I'm sure she's fine. Just like trying to get to the room as quickly as
love the
possible.
idea that Wilbur Temple is charismatic.
He's the what is it? The something master?
The Grub Master.
The Grub Master, yeah.
The self-ordained Grub Master.
Yeah, you can't be the Grub Master and not be charismatic. He's the Grub Master.
I think that the second we get into the room and close the door, I just look at Rohan and I just go, so she's definitely dead, right? That's what happened?
I'm gonna say, not our circus, not our monkeys. I think we just let this one go. I think unless somebody comes to kill us, we just assume she's fine.
That sounds... Yeah.
Great. I think Garrett definitely hears over the earring, assuming he's still, like, kind of
Yeah,
listening. That,
Garrett's mildly uncomfortable with that thought, but at the same time, it's not entirely incorrect.
Yeah.
And we did offer to assist the guy, but he said no.
Yeah.
And if we don't have any more information and he's not going to want us to assist,
Yep, yeah. I think also once I get back into the rooms, I definitely see Frey's bag and just sort of like grumble to myself, and you probably like gather that Frey asked me to send it back and I am not. So you can decide what you want to do about that, but I just am like, ugh, yeah, right.
I mean, I can't force you to send it over. Frey did kind of put you on the spot by saying you would do it without asking. So, all right, I'll let them know that they're either gonna have to get someone to get it or get it themselves.
I'll bring it. Jesus Christ. All right, fine. I'll bring it.
I mean, you don't have to bring it. It's like, what am I supposed to do? I can't force you to bring it. Like,
Yeah.
you're on the other side of the city. What am I gonna do? Grab you by your ear and drag you over here?
Just to
No,
clarify.
but that's what's worse. Yeah.
Just to clarify, Frey asked Rohan if he could like send it over with like a courier.
I'm not gonna hire a courier. Where did Frey think that in this
We just
in this
fleeced
inn?
an entire bar out of their money. We're not
Where
going to
did Frey
spend
think
any
that-
of it to pay for a courier to.
That in this inn where
That's
we're sleeping in rooms where maybe a horse shit here yesterday, that I was gonna hire a courier. I mean, like, I know Frey didn't think about it that much, but like, obviously, as like Rohan, like, I knew it was not gonna be a courier.
Yeah, jeez, come on. You don't make money by spending money.
This is the most unhealthy party dynamic. Oh my god.
This was all.
I truly just imagine that, like, I'm gonna show up with the bag, and Frey's gonna be like, "Oh, you didn't have to inconvenience yourself. You could have just sent over one of the servants." And it's like, Frey, what are you talking about?
Oh god, you need that money. What if you need to spend it later?
Yeah, I think it's not even like, oh, Garrett's trying to convince me. I think it's just the feeling of like somebody like being present for me doing a shitty thing is just like, fine. Jesus Christ, I'll do it. I bring it back. Also, kind of hoping that I can go with Frey to drop off this key and see the benefits of my hard work. Yeah, so I will head back with the bag to drop it off.
All right, I will let Frey know that Rohan's on his way back now with Frey's stuff.
Oh, Frey looks a touch surprised at that. Says, "Oh well, he certainly didn't have to go through the trouble, but appreciate it all the same."
All right. Well, when he gets here, you can let him know. Because I mean, I guess theoretically I could relay that to him, but I feel like it would feel better coming from you than me
course,
as the intermediary. Yeah.
Of course, I didn't mean to imply that.
Oh
I
no,
thought that
no,
you should...
yeah. I know what you mean. I just. I'm sorry. I feel like I wasn't really all here earlier today, so I'm feeling a little off. So I apologize.
Frey pushes over a glass of wine and just says, "It sounds like you need this."
That would be nice. Is this one of the ones that he had partially open already?
No, this is the one that I selected.
Ah, okay. Good. So I will take the glass of wine and proceed to drink it in an appropriate fashion that is not at all like how my girlfriend described I drink earlier.
Yes, and Frey will enjoy his own wine as he waits. And I imagine the table is like has a bunch of like differently sized and shaped glasses because he had asked Magnus to fetch all those at the end of the last session, because his goal in mind was to pour the same wine into each of them and show Magnus how different something as little as the shape of a glass can change the taste. That was his goal. I don't know if it was effective.
I
Oh,
feel like
well, we
Magnus
will
is
find
definitely
out.
Like, I don't know what you're talking about. They're all glass shaped.
Oh, well, we will get to find that out at some point. Oh. I guess the question is everyone want to get Magnus wine shit faced before they all go out and do more crime or whatever tonight?
No?
Yeah, I don't know if we want to do that.
I feel like he already makes bad decisions.
Hmm.
Yeah, Frey would not, like, push to encourage that or anything. He has one bottle shared between everybody.
All right. So, anything else that Strig and Rowan are doing right now?
No, I mean, I think I just let Strig know that I'm heading back to take Frey his stuff and then going back.
I'm gonna check on Henrietta. She doing all right? She have food?
Henrietta has, she has been chewing on one of the sheets, and it is half eaten. She does seem to still have food. Like, there is grain, but she seems like she has taken to eating one of the cloth bed sheets.
We'll take her for a little walk at like 11 p.m. tonight when there's no one around. just to stretch her legs. She's got a little cabin fever.
Yeah, she has a lot of cabin fever. Like, when you first come in, like, she doesn't notice for a second. Like, she notices you, but it takes a second for her brain to process, and then she's all but, like, wagging her tail like a dog. Like, she gets so excited, and just, like, you can see she wants to, like, run, but there's no room to.
Okay, then yeah, I'll just hang out with Henrietta for the evening, and I'll take her for a walk when the coast is clear.
Shortly after you sit down, she does just begin kind of licking at and almost, like, gnawing at your hair as well.
That's fine, she can do that.
With Henrietta sufficiently sated with some attention and hopefully a walk in the latter hours of the night, Rowan, you begin making your way back, so we will officially jump back to what Garrett, Mira, and Frey are doing with Magnus. Has found a variety of mostly scuffed, and not in the greatest shape wine glasses. None of them are chipped or anything, but they're definitely not. These are a case of they have seen some pretty heavy use.
Which is perfectly fine with Frey, because it will only help get his point across. So he will go ahead and he will pour a bit of the wine into each of the glasses. And actually no, before he starts pouring, he'll tell Magnus, why don't you just turn around for a moment?
He turns 360 degrees and stares at you.
I mean, turn away a moment, if you would.
He should just looks away and, like, crosses his arms.
And now Frey will pour the wine. And after he is done with that, through all the glasses, he'll lean back in his seat. And, all right, can rejoin us now.
He turns back around, and he was, like, quietly, but still loud enough that you could hear him. He was narrating what he heard you doing while he had his back turned. He was like, all right, so now you're pouring a glass of wine. And now he's pouring a glass of wine. That sounds to me like, did you guess it? He's pouring a glass of wine. And he turns back around after you're done, and
So did Frey like pour out a couple different wines, like wine tasting style, or is this just like one glass of wine that was poured? I'm just trying to make sure I understand the
He poured one bottle of wine between several differently shaped glasses.
Okay. Okay.
Now,
And
one
he
of the
will-
ones that he did bring was just like an ale mug.
And he sets the bottle aside, probably out of sight, like kind of on the floor near the leg of the table. And when he calls Magnus to turn around again, he'll say, well, why don't you have a seat and say, take just a sip of each glass and tell me which do you like best.
This small sip, not like a, drink half the glass sip.
This is something I learned from Chester, so I'm gonna go ahead and do it just because it's important when you're testing things that you have a comparison, right?
Yes.
All right.
Indeed.
So he leans over and kind of takes the half-full wine bottle that you've been pouring from and just lifts up it. All right, now that tasted pretty good. That was pretty good. Pretty fucking good, honestly.
What vintage is this wine? This is like a good vintage, like a medium.
All I know is that it is a good vintage.
Yeah, it was
is a
one of the
label that
nicer
Frey
ones.
recognized.
It was one of the
It was
nicer
nice.
ones that Frey
Okay.
could find.
Okay.
And he chugs maybe a fifth of what's left in the bottle. Alright, now that tasted good.
Why don't you try this one next then? And just, like Garrett said, just a small sip. And give yourself a moment, just keeping it in your mouth, on your tongue, just taste it.
Well, it's liquid, won't roll off. Or do I have to open my mouth like this?
You keep your mouth closed while you do it, so that it all stays in.
Okay, but he said put it on my tongue. Like, let me try just. And he grabs the tankard that has a little bit in it, and like he holds his mouth open and like tries to cup his tongue so that it's got like a little bit of like a spoon shape to it, and tries like pouring it onto it, or and it's just pouring all over his mouth right now. And then he finally
Okay,
just shakes up and kind of like spills it.
Okay, so have you ever like gotten like a piece of food stuck in like your teeth, and you've kind of like taken a drink and while keeping your mouth closed, just like swished it around for a bit to get the food out of your teeth?
Oh, what?
Okay, so what I would like you to try is you pour a little bit in your mouth, keep your mouth closed, and just kind of slowly swirl it around a little bit. Let the wine kind of move around inside your mouth a little bit. You don't want to just shoot it back like you're doing a shot, right?
Oh,
You want to kind of savor it.
given your he kind of like just motions like up and down at you. I didn't think you were a motions at Frey. I'm realizing both fancy.
These are my traveling clothes. My nicer clothes unfortunately met with an accident with an ink pot. So just traveling clothes for now.
Okay. Well. All right. Let's try it then. And at this point, here, following the expertise of two people who know far more about wine than this poor man who believes that it's just a fun way to get drunk, he over the course of the next several minutes. Now, he does not sip. That is one thing that you do not seem to have the capacity to really teach him. He very much takes more than you would ideally do if you're just tasting wine.
And that's how I would do it too, personally, but...
Garrett's like, damn right. That's not how I was trained.
Not how I was trained, but it's how I want to do it.
I like how like Garrett is like the inverse of the boomer wife bad meme.
Mm-hmm.
Garrett's just always like, wife good.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
And so he eventually, over the course of the next little while, you guys explain it. Garrett, you are assisting here, so I would like you, with your very fine knowledge of wine tasting from years of attending banquets, balls, galas, and parties with your wife, please give me a charisma no. Let's see how well you can convey all of this information.
And I already used my
Reroll on the C.
reroll.
Yes.
It's a 5. That's a
All
fail.
right. So you are explaining it, but not in such a way that it is going to be assisting Frey here. So Frey, please give me... I guess Frey doesn't really need it because this is Frey we're talking about. Please give me a charisma convince.
Okay.
I think mathematically the chances of a fail here are like 0.01% or something, and Jesus Christ. There is a level of reluctance on Magnus's face as he goes through and just kind of is sipping, and you can tell he is noticing these differences in, like, just as he sips, he thinks for a moment. By the end, he just... Alright, so every part of my being is saying... And as he does this, he is, like, spitting a little bit of wine as he talks. Every little bit of my being is saying, you know, that... He's saying that, you know, there's, it's bad, but not different. I think. Oh, what? And he just kind of like looks over. So, everyone heard that, right? And he kind of looks at Miss Miro.
I didn't hear that. What did he say?
But I think you're right.
Oh.
No, it was intentional for you to not hear that one.
Okay.
I can take advantage of my very unsensitive microphone spine.
What did he say, Mira?
So, Miss Mira, you heard me, right? I'll say it again.
I think he said you were right, Frey.
Frey definitely like leaned back a bit with that wine spitting out of his mouth, but he looks very, very prideful in that moment and says, "Well, just imagine if we had just the right food and the right glass. Of course, there's nothing wrong about wanting to down a good ale, but there's something magical about a good wine."
Well, yeah, absolutely. A good, honestly... sometimes, if you're just, you know, busy, you had a bad day at work, or just tough day out on the trail, you just want to sit down and just have an ale and just kind of just, or several, and just kind of not really want to worry about flavors. But there are times where having an appreciation for something good can also heighten the experience and just kind of make things better. You know, sometimes it can be relaxing to just sit down and have a nice meal with a nice glass of wine. And other times it can be relaxing to go to the pub and have a pint of ale. It just depends on the day and the mood you're in.
And I think if we still plan to get food from this restaurant, it was the Moonlit Drip, was it?
A moonlit ship, actually.
Moonlit Ship. I'm never gonna get
Ship.
this.
Ship.
Ship.
Yeah, that's what I
Ship.
said. Moonlit ship. Stop bullying me. You already won, Trey. Come on. Don't fair.
Well, I was going to say, I'll choose the wine and I'll handle the food as well. Don't have to worry about that at all.
Well, that's not. That wasn't part of the deal. Everything.
What did you say?
That wasn't
He said that
part of the
wasn't part
deal or
of the
nothing.
deal.
I was supposed to do it. Oh,
Well, I want to. Consider it my treat.
what?
And then
You
if
won.
you win... What, our bet?
Yeah, I mean, you seem very, very smart.
Well, certainly, if you wish to give in at this point, I won't say no. But the terms were for wine and food pairing, which we have not had yet.
Well, either way, I think that's gonna, look, whatever we're doing, I'm gonna need some coin. I can't be asking Alice to get me none, so I gotta go. I'm gonna, he's still not back, so.
Oh, no, like I said, just leave that to me.
I need some spending coin too. My coin purse is a lot lower than I'm happy with it, so I gotta solve that problem. Oh, Miss Mira, you're in charge of the house while we're gone. Hopefully Alice will be back soon, and her tutor. Also, he's probably up there sleeping or something. So,
Please don't get into any trouble.
I'm gonna get a job. I need some coin. Gosh, Miss Mira, you don't have to worry about me. I'm fine.
Apparently you got this on one of your jobs. That's what you said, right? She points to her eye, indicating his black eye.
Oh well, yeah. Well, those can't even. He kind of gives that motion of look at me. I'm not exactly. I'm not Chester or Alice. I'm not exactly gonna be learning much. So I got to do something, and I'm big and tall, and I got big shoulders. So sometimes I carry stuff, and sometimes I stand in front of stuff and tell people no about touching stuff, and sometimes they get mad and they punch me, and then I gotta punch them back. So,
Well, maybe try to find something more like carrying stuff. I've done a lot of that kind of work too. So it's good work.
he gives a nod and just kind of idly. I used to kick people too, but one time we kicked someone, and then they was they fell down and the eyes went wide and they were staring, and somebody had to come and take them. It was bad. I don't think they died, but it was bad. So ever since then, when I get hired, they always tell me not to kick people because I kick too hard. But it wasn't mad at me. They say it was good that I protected the stock, whatever that means.
Did he just straight up kick someone in the junk and crush it?
I think he's too tall. I don't think
Okay.
I even get I think he's just too tall.
Oh, okay.
Well, either way, I mean, Miss Mira, you are supposed to take care of the house. You know what you're doing. Oh, it's good to have you back. I'm sorry things are like this now.
It's all right. I'm I'm just glad to
You're glad to what?
be
Be
here.
here.
We're glad to have you back, even if Alice is, And he motions he grabs at his hair, like pulls it. Oh, she's not a very relaxed person. I tell her she should drink more wine. That would help. He says you can't just drink your problems away, but I don't think it's drinking them away. I think it's just drinking to delay them until a later time when you are better able to, process the problems and find solutions.
That is a goodly bad take. It's... Wow. I don't know how to... I mean, he's wrong, but he's not wrong. Sometimes... Well, no, so sometimes you just need to, take a step back and, have something to relax yourself so that you can process it.
He's right for the wrong reason.
Right. He's right for the wrong reason. So, sometimes you need to take a step back and relax so that you can process. But he's not going about it in the right way, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. But yes, he's like, ugh.
And he does walk out carrying the bottle of white wine that he found when he was looking, when he came back into the room earlier.
Wait, I kind of missed it. What did he say before he left? What was he kind of right about, or?
He was mentioning how sometimes you should drink that not drink to avoid your problems, but to delay them into a later date. That way you can better process and handle them later.
Yeah. I agree. Cool.
It's like, oh, it's not the best advice, but it's not horrendous advice as long as you put yourself into a situation where you can take care of it rather than
there's a few
continuously putting it off.
Yeah. So, with that, you guys are now alone in the Guaranteed household, technically, though apparently upstairs there is also a art tutor.
Do we want to do something about that art tutor guy? Let him know his services are done for the day. I don't know if he charges by the hour or by the session.
Well, given what Magnus said, he might be just more interested in Alice's company. She kind of raises an eyebrow a little bit.
Oh,
But,
you
I guess we could take
do you think he's trying to court her?
Magnus suspects that they were already sleeping together.
Okay.
Yeah.
At the beginning, Magnus was like, "Yeah, she's upstairs fucking her tutor or something." The guy said.
Oh, okay.
Apropos
So this is less of a actual tutor and more of a he's teaching me art. That's why he's here. Wink, wink.
Maybe.
Okay. I missed that part. All right. Yeah. Okay. Well, we should probably take care of that, and then he's this isn't quite the reunion you were expecting, was it?
Well, it's hard to know what to expect when it's been so long, I suppose.
That's true. I hope you're taking it. I mean, you seem to be taking it relatively well. Obviously, like you said, you can't really expect anything. You just have to roll with it. But I know earlier everyone said that they're willing to help get this straightened out, and I'm definitely willing to help get this taken care of the best we can.
Thank you. It's hard to see people you care about in trouble.
Hmm. Absolutely. How many of those wine glasses were left? Or are they all drunk at this point?
I mean, he definitely took second sips from them, so I would say it's going to depend on exactly how much was left over. How much was poured by Frey.
How much backwash was there?
Well, Frey did not pour the entire bottle. And I don't think he poured very much into each glass in the first place.
So then they would all be empty. So it's just whatever's left in the bottle.
So Garrett will collect the bottles or the glasses and be like, I guess try to find his way to the kitchen, roughly where a kitchen would be, to put the glasses in the equivalent of the sink.
What time of day is it at this point?
Late afternoon, early evening, like 4 or 5 o'clock.
Okay, so
Like,
still have a ways.
Yeah,
before
it's
that
like
meeting
the sun
tonight.
is setting, like it's orange, but it's still light out.
Okay. Mira, I don't suppose you know where those guest rooms are, or which ones they are.
Of course. Let me just show you the way. I will, show the way. Presumably, like, there haven't been any Sarah Winchester alterations to the house in like the past 11 years.
It does not seem like there have been any major alterations. All the walls are like, it looks like they've redecorated and things like that, but no, there have not been any demos or anything. So, there are two.
To nowhere.
Yeah, there are 2 guest rooms downstairs. The second one used to be an art studio. Now it looks like all the art stuff kind of got moved to the side. And there is like a bed and things in there. And then you would assume that the other options would be upstairs.
Sure. I will, show off whatever there is.
Does one of the rooms have a particularly nice view?
The ones, let me see. One of the upstairs, so the way she was describing it was like, if you each want your own room, so yeah, there would be 3 empty rooms, 2 downstairs, 1 upstairs, and then somebody would, like, based on the 4, the one with the nice view would be the master bedroom, which she said, if you guys are cool sleeping in my parents' bed, then someone can have it. It actually has a view that overlooks the Hollow Gift River. And, like, you can see, like, some of, like, the rolling, the beginning to roll hills on the other side of the river from it.
I'm really trying to decide if Frey would want to sleep in that room or not. You know what? Yeah, her parents aren't here.
It is also the nicest bed. Like, it's got like a full like set of like silken sheets around the bed on like a big rigging of wood that like protects the bed. So like when you're in it, it's protecting everything outside of it. It's very fancy.
Well, room was offered as well. So yeah, so Frey, once he sees that, will say, I think I'll take this room then.
And as you do, you hear a, excuse me, who are you? And, turn around to see this, gentleman, maybe mid-20s at the oldest. Very much, like, this dude looks like he is half awake, wearing these small spectacles, very much foreign, like, does not look local at all. For lack of a better term, he is very blatantly, like, Asian features. I can't remember the name of the continent. I'm brain farting right now, and I'm trying to pull it up. I'm sorry. I haven't moved some of my stuff, and I'm trying to continent this.
I think I know the continent you're talking about because you showed it to me when you showed me the whole map at one point, but then...
Zurian. He is very obviously Zurian. And he just kind of, like, looks at you with, like, this look of confusion, like he feels like he just woke up in the wrong house. And then he, like, looks to Mira in confusion as well.
Frey gives him... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
you go ahead.
Frey just gives him an apologetic smile and says, "Oh, we're friends of Alice's, or well, Mira, you know them better than me."
Yes, I used to be a maid for the family, and I've been gone for a long time. So I came back, and she seems to be floundering a little bit. Sorry, just Alice went for a walk, I think, so we thought we might check on you.
Oh, well, he kind of, like, scratches his head a little bit and, like, in the back and, like, looks awkwardly to the side. Yes, sorry, my name is, Leonard. He kind of, like, awkwardly holds a hand out to shake yours, obviously wanting to be anywhere else except here.
Sorry, I am losing my shit a little bit. I will shake his hand graciously and sorry about disturbing you. I just was not sure when she was going to come back, so I guess I didn't want you to be surprised if you came downstairs or something.
So, how old are the kids, out of curiosity?
Their ages range from 18 to about 25. Alice, the youngest, at 18, and Magnus, the oldest, at about 25 or 26.
Okay, so being like 20 at the oldest, this isn't like some older guy that she's interested in. It's someone who's kind of sort of ish about her age. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, I do. Yes, I'll give Alice my best. And he awkwardly just begins to shuffle off, and kind of, like, you hear him grabbing something from the hallway, and you see him picking up an easel and kind of putting it over his shoulder and putting a canvas in a bag, and just a large, like, canvas bag. It's a weird phrase. He puts the canvas in a large canvas bag. It's appropriate. And, like, slowly just, like, starts making his way to the stairs down back to the first floor.
Garrett's kind of...
Alex's reaction as
Mira
well.
does not know how to make this less awkward. Sorry, I interrupted you. Please go on.
No, that's Garrett's kind of like giving the guy the dad look over, you know, kind of like, I don't know, he's just doing his usual dad thing, where he's kind of like, who? Oh, so this is the quote unquote tutor kind of.
What are your intentions with my stranger that I met today?
Has immediately become sort of like a daughter due to connections sort of thing.
Yeah.
he can't help but like want to help people, and he
Aww.
is just with the situation that she's in. He just want to make sure that she's not being taken advantage of, I guess is a good way to put it.
Well, I guess if he is leaving, can just, show off the rest of the rooms.
Right. So I guess that was the tutor.
So it seems.
I suppose so.
And, you do hear a door open and then shut. You all would hear at least some idle conversation happening outside.
Is there a window we can peek out of to be?
Is there a window we can eardrop out of? Or eavesdrop, eardrop,
nosy?
eavesdrop.
I mean, the master bedroom has a window that's overlooking, like, the front of the house and then onward.
Garrett looks at Mira like, are we gonna listen in on this?
She kind of like shrugs, but looks a little interested.
So he goes over and opens the window a bit.
You see Alice at the edge of the, like, where she was coming up the walkway, and they kind of, like, run into each other, and, he just, yes, I met you. Friends? Former housekeeper? I'm not actually, it was really, really awkward, really awkward, and she just, that's alright. That's perfectly fine. Good,
Conversation's cutting
by
very
tomorrow.
in and out.
Come by tomorrow, and I'll properly introduce you. Right? I swear they're not racist or anything like that. It's just awkward. He just kind of gives a nod. Yeah, I gathered. They seem like a bit of a quiet. Your former housekeeper, certainly. Curious. It's a long story. How about I tell you lunch tomorrow? Do that, and we'll see. And she gives him a hug and a quick peck on the cheek and runs towards the door.
I will be filling in Rohan via earring with all of this that is going on. Knowing that he enjoys the
Absolutely.
drama.
I think Rowan is just laughing at I promise they're not racist, just awkward. Cause once I leave, everybody there is very white, so it is very funny to be like, oh no, their token person of color friend is gone. That's hilarious.
And he, again, you can see him awkwardly just, look back a couple of times as Alice hurries back inside.
I guess we close the window.
I love that you guys had to awkwardly eavesdrop.
We don't immediately close the window because that's suspicious, but you give it a little bit and then you close the window.
You give it a bit, close the window. Rowan, you are still just making your way back, huh?
Yep. Until you tell me I'm there.
All right. Yeah, it's very funny how much, I was like, oh, wow, you guys are going to leave. You're going to miss all the funny, awkward situation. So everyone's upstairs. Alice arrives as just, looking around. After a moment, she just calls, Miss Mira, are you upstairs? She you hear her begin jogging up the stairs.
Yes, I was just, showing everyone else where they could sleep. She seems a bit awkward and maybe feels a little bit bad about eavesdropping.
Well, hi. And you can see she is, at first you think like, oh, like, what the fuck's going on with her? And then you can see like, it looks like she's like soaked, like head to toe. Like her clothes aren't immediately, obviously, but like her hair is slicked back, wet, in like a very wet bun right now. You can see like her shoes are muddy and she just kind of,
It's not raining out, right?
no.
Okay. I just wanted to verify. Did she just like jump in a pond?
Frey looks her up and down and asks, oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I mean, I'm sure she was probably just gonna say what you're gonna say anyway. So go ahead.
Yeah, Frey looks her up and down and asks, what happened to you?
I went out of the river and went for a swim. It's good for stress. It keeps me limber, keeps me gotta stay active. So yeah, I went for a swim. Feel a little bit better now. More calm.
In your regular clothes?
No. I don't wear all of
clothes
this
aren't
when I go
wet?
swimming. Her clothes are like a little wet, like it looks like they were probably on the bank of the river, but they are not soaked like she is.
Well, you're certainly braver than I. It's a little cold to be swimming.
Helps wake you up. On top of that, I swim against the current, things like that. Our gift is certainly no simple feat, but where did Magnus go?
He went out to look for a job. We suggested he get one that is less violent than his last commission.
Yeah, has a tendency to attract those sorts of.
He's a big guy, and he certainly looks, I mean, part of half of being a bodyguard or just bouncer or guard for anything is just looking like him. It helps keep the wannabes away, which is the main thing that you're trying to do. So yeah, I could see where that would end up happening to him a lot, but we're hoping he does something that's suited to him, but tends to be less violent.
I've been trying to tell him that for years. Maybe coming from Smira and her friends is all that he needs to actually a little bit more. Shakes her head. Just feels like he can't live up to what the rest of us are doing. Been worse since Judith left, but a lot worse. But yeah, a lot worse. So, what now? You guys all gonna get set up? Anything else? Trying to be a gracious host, but Miss Mira's already taking care of everything.
Yeah, she's been showing us around to the different rooms. We're just picking that stuff out, and obviously understanding that things are a little hectic for you right now. So any breach in being a quote-unquote good host is don't worry about it. So things are just as they are, and we'll get this sorted out.
Of course. She gives a little half smile. Either way, house is your house. Feel free to whatever you need. Drinks. Check it off. Rowan, you arrive back. There is no sign of any activity as you kind of have arrived back to in front of the house. Don't see anyone inside or out.
Yay. I think I'll just try the door to see if it's unlocked. I assume it's fine if I walk in.
It is unlocked.
Cool. I will walk in and sit down, in the front room or whatever. Just kind of wait for people to filter back down.
All right. Oh, that's for.
Yes, I think
expecting someone?
that's Rohan. I think that's Rohan. He said he was coming back with some stuff
okay.
for Frey.
Sounds good.
Oh, good. And Frey will go and hurry downstairs.
I think Rohan is like trying to make nice a little bit, like because he wants to go to like drop this key off or whatever if he can. So I think he's just like, here you go. Here's your stuff.
Frey gives him a smile as he takes the bag and he says, "Oh, you really didn't have to come all this way. I could have just paid a courier to bring it, but I appreciate it all the same."
Yeah, it's no problem.
Frey looks at Rohan up and down, and I don't know if I have to roll anything or if you can just get a sense that he wants something.
Yeah, I think you probably can tell that like I'm like lingering like in like a weird kind of like I'm not really sitting down, but I also am not like making for the door, so I'm just kind of like I don't know, like I don't want to ask something, but I'm whatever. So
Frey will take a seat and well, we still have a few hours before that I have to go meet that fellow tonight.
right, yeah. Did you want company for that, or?
I think company would be a good idea, just in case things go a little south. I can't talk my way out of everything after all.
Okay, sure. I can hang around then. I'll sit down.
You're definitely welcome.
Great. Yeah, hopefully Strig is okay on his own back at the inn. I think he's just laying low. He seems pretty nervous about being here.
Understandable. I mean, seeing how he's been, I'm surprised we managed to get him to walk into the city at all.
Yeah, you're not wrong. It feels like there's something coming. Like it feels like the other shoe's gonna drop for him, and I don't really know what to be on the lookout for even. So it's a little worrying. I'm sure we can deal with it when it happens, but yeah.
He gives a thoughtful nod. I have to keep both eyes and ears open. I don't really know the city well enough at all yet, but I look like tomorrow I'll have some time to go about and...
Yeah, I think I heard that Magnus was maybe gonna show you around. I think I say this a little suggestively, like.
Frey gives a laugh at that and says, "Oh, don't get any ideas." But no, he did say that he would show me around a bit, though I'm a bit unclear on where he thinks our bet stands at the moment.
Okay, fair enough. Sounds like you're maybe gonna go clothes shopping too?
If I win.
Right. Okay.
But no, I found a few names, a few people of interest at the banquet, and well, I still want to see where all that goes and
Yeah.
see what those circles look like here in Fortun Isol.
Yeah. Do you have any idea what the guy who asked us to steal this key wants, or what he's, I don't know, what his game is?
I'm afraid not. He was very evasive on the details. But he is skilled with some magic.
Okay, that's always great. If nothing
Maybe.
else, it's always better to have those people on our side than on the other side, so.
Well, I wouldn't go quite that far. At least with him in particular, whether he's on our side or somebody else's side. But it's always good to forge those connections, those bonds.
Yeah.
A favor done, a favor returned. We'll see where it goes.
Yeah, I wonder what happened after we left the banquet. I mean, it seems like there were a lot of important people there.
Certainly wouldn't have minded sticking around a bit longer.
Yeah. Do you... Robert, we're pretty close to Ardenford, is that right?
About, I'd say 10-15 minute walk. Like, technically you're close, but it has a, like, main gate to get into, like, the courtyard. Getting in the side ones is, like, you need security or some such.
Okay. Did we hear while we were there, like, was the banquet, like, an all-day thing? Like, do we think it would still be going on?
Probably, yeah. Like, the vibe you got is that it was gonna be a big deal all day. Like, big fundraiser, all that stuff.
Well, it sounds like we have a few hours to kill. Did you want to drop by again? I mean, we don't really have anything else to do. We can go get some more food, if nothing else.
Ray! It's quite a moment, just kind of looking at Rohan and says, I think the question is, do you want to go back? You didn't exactly seem eager to be there in the first place.
It's weird. I think I'm kind of in the same place as Strig, where I'm scared of seeing the people I'm scared of, but I'm more scared of not seeing them. You know what I mean? Like, while I'm there, I know where he is. When I'm not there, it could be anywhere. I mean, they could have
be
signed over
there.
the keys to the city for him by now.
I certainly hope he doesn't have that level of support with whatever it is he's up to. But yes, I understand perfectly what you mean.
Yeah,
I just know that, well, when you had first arrived, it had been a bit of a shock.
Yeah, definitely. But I think maybe I have a plan now, so I feel a little more reassured, stable.
Oh, a plan, do you? Well, do. And he kind of like leans forward, steepling his fingers and says, do share.
You know, I think I'll share if I can work out all the details. If it seems like it'll go anywhere, it's we'll have to see. But I think that would be one of the reasons that, you know, I wouldn't mind going back just to see if I can get some more intel.
Ray gives a small chuckle as he leans back. Fine, be vague then. But yes, I'll certainly go back with you. I could
Ooh.
even talk to him.
Yeah, might be interesting. I mean, if he's a powerful person, it seems like, and well liked, so I mean, not a bad idea probably to have him on our side. Oh fuck! Wait, hold on. One sec. Hold on. Before we go, I just have to check something real quick.
Okay.
No,
Oh no.
I'm out of spell slots. I'm myself now. I'm out of spell slots. Okay, well,
Oh.
you know,
Oops.
I still want to go. This is a bad idea, but I still want to go. I am gonna I don't know. I'm gonna try to glamour myself to be in as concealing clothing as I possibly can without looking extremely sketchy. I don't know what that is, but I just want to make my hair and my clothes and everything look as different from myself as possible. Yeah. Okay.
Frey will say, Rohan, it's not about getting them on our side per se. It's about opening doors, getting ourselves into their orbit, making them accessible.
I think there's always a fight waiting to happen, and I think I'd like to win that fight. And usually the two ways to win the fight are to be the strongest person or to have the strongest people on your side. And so I think the goal is that before the fight starts, whatever it is, you have to, I don't know, ingratiate yourself to as many people as possible. So I think you probably have more, I don't know, undirected, ambitions is too strong a word, but you know what I mean. More, maybe less specific goals with what you want to talk to these people for. But for me, it feels like there's a lot of powerful people 10 minutes away from us, and one of them very much doesn't like me and spoke today about how when you are on the opposite side of somebody, you should never let them go or surrender or recuperate. You should kill them dead, and anything else is a mistake. So to me, it just feels like if I'm gonna be on the other side of him, then I'm gonna need more something. Information, weapons, power, something.
Well, the first step to that, and Frey will rise from his chair. And, well, I, for one, I prefer not to fight. I prefer to unravel any possibility of that happening. Because if I do get myself caught in a fight, I very much have nowhere to go. But
Yeah, I mean, you're a lot better at talking your way out of these things, so
I try. But we should probably let the others know that we are gonna take a little evening trip before our meeting tonight.
Sure, yeah. I'll earring to Garrett and mention Frey and I are gonna go for a walk. We're maybe gonna drop by the banquet again. Feel free to join if you'd like, but we're just gonna go check it out.
Meanwhile,
Okay.
while Rohan is was doing that, Frey has gotten out of his has turned to start going upstairs, do the same thing before he realizes what Rohan is probably doing.
Yeah.
While you guys are doing this, I need a favor. Strig, could you please give me a charisma sneak roll?
Oh, god damn it. Why is it charisma?
Because you have to blend into the city, and there's people in the city.
Is it not dark out yet? This day has gone on forever.
It's almost like you guys keep talking about things! I apologize for interrupting, guys. There is another thing going on, so Strig is also very busy back at the hotel.
Oh, are you guys playing? Oh, Jesus Christ.
There's more going on here. It's another case of Strig gets the solo scene.
Well, it works.
Play by text. Amazing. Okay.
Thank you.
But yeah, so Garrett is gonna like kind of relay back by the hearing there.
So, otherwise, I do apologize for the minor interruption. Had to go over some stuff. But
yeah, no, that's fine.
So-
yeah, so Garrett's basically just gonna relay back and be like, "Hey, yeah, if you want to go back to the banquet, I wasn't particularly impressed with what that guy was saying during his speeches.
Sorry, I hit something.
Rohan had told everyone, including Garrett at that point, that he had basically been forcibly enslaved by this guy, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, while, you know, I mean, some of the stuff he was saying, like, did he ever actually fight the Umbrii or see combat against them, even if he was in a different part of the, you know, field? Or was he just kind of like a armchair kind of general guy? Like, he just sat back way behind the lines and said, all right, these guys go here, these guys go here.
I mean, it sounds from what we heard at the banquet like he did fight for a while, but then like he moved into like a strategy position or something. But like Rohan would have no I think possibly everybody else would have more of an idea than Rohan, because Rohan couldn't leave his estate. So like
Right.
of all the people who would
Okay.
know if he fought somebody, like Rohan has no idea.
Okay, I wasn't sure if that had all gone down after the fact.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, it sounds like at least what he's telling people and what people know is that he did fight them for a while at least, and like he's known to be good at it, I think.
Well, it sounds like he's good at it because he just throws resources, aka people, at them in such a way that he's going to win regardless of what the cost is, rather than taking a more tactical approach to it. Unless I was listening to the episode.
I mean, he's definitely a single-minded person, I think, you know? So I don't think there's a lot of, I don't know, like... I think there's a reason that the Umbrii is what he's been good at fighting, because there's no diplomacy, there's no, like, real... I don't know, like, it's not really a maneuvering game, I don't think. It is like a contest of might, so I think you're probably right, but yeah.
It sounds like he wants to basically just throw people at it as cannon fodder, and then maybe let a better trained force come in after the fact, which is not something Garrett would be for.
Is that basically what he was saying, Robert? I don't think I was totally able to keep up with the logic of what that was about when the scene was happening.
I apologize. I'm also doing the as you guys are talking, I'm also going through some stuff with Lee right now for Strig. The summation on I'm sorry, what was the assumption made here?
Basically, that the guy's whole thing is like, oh yeah, if you don't have any necessary skills, you're fighting the Umbrai, and while obviously I and Garrett would understand the need for a draft to have as many able-bodied people to fight against the Umbrai, it did kind of sound like he was basically just like, you just grab everyone, men, women, children, throw them at it as like a meat shield, and then when they're
reading
worn
between
down,
the lines, it was definitely more forced conscription and less draft.
Right. Forced conscription. You throw your meat shield at them, and then when they're worn down, you come in with like the cavalry and wipe them out, so that you save your good soldiers and you remove your useless population at the same time. So,
Yeah, sounds like that's correct.
yeah, Garrett doesn't like that guy.
Aim. Cool. I mean, yeah, if Garrett would like to come, then he's free to come. Cool. Does Mira want to come?
I do like how every time you guys split the party, it means this day continues to get longer.
Sorry, I got up to wash my hands.
Is Mira going with Rowan and Garrett back to the banquet?
And
I feel like she's a little suspicious that they might get in trouble, so she will go with them.
Now I feel
But
bad.
she won't
We
be
left
happy
Strig
about it.
alone, but I feel like Strig might be dead by the time we get back or something based on how much texting is happening in the background.
So since everyone's going on this, do we want to go back and get Strig?
I don't think Strig will want to leave. I mean, we can try, but
Okay.
yeah, I mean, Strig didn't even want to stay at this house. I feel like it's
That is a
unlikely
good
he will
point.
want to go back into.
Oh, if only we had a second pair of these earrings.
I know.
These earrings are
We
so
need one for
comically OP.
everyone. We need one for everyone. We need a group earring.
It just reminds me of the session that we had Frey in the outbuilding, but we had Frey's seeing stone, and we had the earring going on all at the same time.
Ray was the man in the truck.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
I wonder if there's a way. Okay, this is completely unrelated, but I wonder if there's a way to use the periscope mirror and the seeing stone so that you can see in both directions. I would have to like think about the logic of that, but maybe. there's
Yeah,
a
you're
way.
making my brain hurt. Let's think about this after the session.
Yeah, I know.
I don't know
Just-
that I could make a ruling. I don't know that I'm smart enough to make a ruling on that immediately.
Yeah. All right.
Gotta be careful.
Okay,
You're getting
yeah.
close to like the black hole arrow.
Yeah.
3.5.
Yeah, I mean, it's also very possible we're gonna head to this banquet and not be able to get in because, like, I am no longer the person that I was, and what's his face? I assume Grayson is gone, so. But we'll see. Maybe we can at least eavesdrop or catch people as they're leaving or something. I just want to see what Toussaint's up to more than anything. So
Would they recognize us and let us back in after we left, or are we gonna have to?
Well,
sneak
they're definitely not gonna recognize Rowan, or I guess Streak's not gonna, but definitely not gonna recognize Rowan.
in? Of course, but like Frey, Mira, and Garrett.
I mean, it was pretty heavy security. Like, it seemed like it was a case of like Grayson was recognized. It was like, hey, they're with me, and they're like, all right, cool. But I'll find out.
all right, we'll see.
All right, the gang is heading back. All y'all, Frey as well.
Yep.
All right. So as this feeling in the back of your mind, maybe you should check on Streak. Just he's fine. He's back at the inn. Nothing can happen. He's got Henrietta there protecting him. Wave it out of your mind and continue on. There's definitely nothing else happening to worry about.
How are you going to include this in the video?
I'm not.
Okay.
You guys can ask Strig
Okay,
what's going
I
on if you ever get a chance. I'm sure Rowan will learn how to talk with dead people eventually.
Jesus Christ. I feel like Frey can already do that, right?
Yeah, phrase that. That's Frey's job.
I don't know that it would be that rigid, but I'm sure you can find out.
It's horrifying to imagine that like Frey has the ability to talk to dead people, and just every once in a while he just tries to talk to his friends who he thinks are alive, just so that like he can check if they're dead now.
Oh my
Like,
god.
Oh.
like no, I still can't.
There's
talk
an
to
interrogation technique. If someone won't talk, you kill him and then have Frey talk to him.
people. Yep.
All right, so
They don't have to answer truthfully.
over the course of the next little while, you guys get all cleaned up again, organized, ready, and make your way back to the Ardenford University campus. You head on over back to the entryway on the wing towards the Harmony Ballroom, where there is additional security now, probably twice as much as there was earlier. And they kind of give you a look and like,
Why is that?
was that Mira asking?
Continue. I was interrupting. Continue. No, I was. That was a.
But yes, as you go to actually enter the wing of the university that the banquet room was in, you are stopped by two guards that you don't immediately recognize. They're not wearing sacred blade colors or any kind of markings. Instead, they are wearing what looks like iron chainmail, which already sticks out a lot.
Yeah.
And then they have a very heavy, like, very nice cape that covers the left shoulder and goes down and around onto their back, hooking onto the right shoulder in a very dark blue. And on the back of the cape is stitching of a blue wave crashing onto opposing shores.
Do we know what that is?
Yeah, would Garrett recognize that, or anyone recognize that, or is that super Fortun Isol local?
I will tell you now, none of you recognize that.
Okay.
I will tell you this, there is no role that will get you to recognize it.
Okay.
Okay.
And then there's a third guy walking by, just kind of like kicking Strig's head like a soccer ball. No. How long can I hold Strig's quantum superposition over your head?
So, Frey
Game's
will...
getting too quantum. Sorry. Go ahead.
So
sorry.
Frey will... Sorry,
You
okay.
go.
Just the... Okay. So Frey will just, he takes note of this, but he won't, change his expression, his demeanor, and he'll just, walk casually up to them and say, oh, we had been with, Grayson Hoslow earlier, just stepped out for a little while. It hasn't ended yet, has it?
Oh, is that so? Grayson Oslo. Who fucking Grayson Oslo? Wait. Guy, like, scrunches his face. Grayson Oslo? Yeah, mate, that was fucking Grayson. Old Oslo here. You ain't old Oslo, man. All with him. All of you. All four of you.
Yes.
Ah,
Yes.
indeed.
Oh, well. And he turns to the other guard. Go get Oslo. Let's go see what's going on. And, he sits very quietly. Like, he's not the most imposing, at least. Like I mean, he's like maybe 5'7", 5'8", like very much like average height, kind of average build, but very cocky stance, attitude. Definitely a little bit of like talking down to you. And he doesn't really say anything either. Like, helmet, like very nice iron helmet as well. The cover is up, but otherwise like iron, like, as you know, iron as a metal is very rare, but to see it this heavily, like, it's not bronze with reinforced chainmail. Everything these two are wearing is iron. And, a few moments go past. If there's anything you guys wish to say, you'd be free to, but this guard is not, under any circumstances, seemingly interested in continuing the conversation.
Frey will absolutely just try to, like, have some just some casual conversation, like, oh, how's the party going? I hope you haven't been working all day, have you?
No, I haven't. Don't look like I've been fucking working all day. Working more than you. Kind of like just motions to like your fancy clothes. Like more than you ever fucking have. That's not much of nothing now, is it?
Some nice gear you got there. That I don't recognize the emblem.
That's fucking good
crew
now,
you guys
ain't it?
with? True. Yeah. No, it's good shit. What crew you guys with?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Well, I was asking because I would like to know.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not up to me to determine or say. I'll say this. You gonna wish you were with us, so, you know, you gotta have your regrets. And he kind of just crosses his arms again.
You were against you? Was
No.
that what you're saying?
That's not what I'm saying. You put words in my mouth. Are you putting fucking words in my mouth? So I'll put something in your fucking mouth. It's gotta be a lot sharper and longer and probably fucking pierce your damn brain. You don't want that now, do you?
Well, I
Rohan
guess I'd have
definitely
to have a
thinks to
brain
Garrett at this
first.
point. I think Rohan definitely thinks to Garrett at this point, like, this guy's, like, imminently threatening us, right? This seems like not a good place to be.
Yeah. Is Rohan still in his SBI uniform?
No,
No,
I'm
that's
not.
been gone since you guys were at the
I just
guaranteed
wanted to-
household.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean,
So
I guess I could be in
he's-
the uniform, but I wouldn't be in the other person's body, but
Well, so he's just in his usual Rohan attire.
I'm, like, fancied up. I'm trying to, like, not quite look like myself, but obviously I
Hmm.
still am me, so.
Okay.
Mira is nervous with a big capital N. I would think that she would be very, like, quiet and standing behind the others right now.
How do you know we're not with you?
I know everyone was fucking with us. And most of them ain't here.
Where are they?
Out doing work. Unlike you folks. You look like you haven't picked up a fucking sword in your life, you little shit.
We do okay.
Yeah, I'm sure you do. Paying little people to die on your behalf. Oh. Stick so far up your ass you can fucking scratch your mouth with it, right?
Okay.
Garrett's just thinking at Rohan, it's not worth it. We'll just wait till Grayson comes back and we'll see what's going on. Hopefully Grayson's not in trouble because of whatever happened here.
That's some pretty heavy armor you have on for a banquet.
Aye, well, probably for good reason now, isn't it?
Would it be a better idea for us to not go inside?
I don't know. Guess that's up to, Mr. Oslo, your good friend, right?
I mean, yes, but
Good.
would it be better if Hasla was not inside?
And as you are asking that, the door behind him swings open again, and you see Grayson wearing a very long cloak of similar color with that same sigil of the blue wave crashing onto two opposing shores. And as they kind of turn, they both salute him. Oh, yes, these are my friends. Please, I apologize if we have stricter security. There's, I'll tell you. Come on in.
follow. I think as soon as I'm out of eyesight of, oh no, this is a bad idea. Never mind. I was gonna.
No,
change
go
my
ahead. I
clothes.
like bad ideas. Those are fun.
What's the?
I was gonna actually. I'll think to Garrett. Like, would it be? Because I can change my clothes on the spot. Should I change my clothes to also have this emblem?
I would not recommend it. We don't know what the hell's going on. I think we need to ask
Okay.
Grayson first before we do anything like that. That's a little.
Yeah, that's okay. That's why I asked. That's good. Okay.
So, Grayson, what the heck is this? We had some guys show up. I mean,
So
he didn't want to tell us who apparently you and him are with.
well, it's new. It's a lot of news. This wasn't just a fundraising banquet. It was actually kind of like Professor Edelwein had actually arranged all of this as an announcement for a new company of soldiers that he's leading. Soldiers of the Blue. Extended me an offer recently. Going to be I am Chief Supply and Logistics. The entire company.
Okay, that's a pretty comfy position right there.
It's, apparently it's you all can keep a secret, right?
Oh,
This is everything I've been looking for. He's already established a sect of them south of the Vodway Sea. He's creating an army that's Prechlorian and Parisian. Unified army.
Sorry, what did you say?
A unified Prechlorian and Parisian army.
And how many Parisians are in the upper echelon positions?
Don't know, it's still... There's a lot to it. This is big, and it'll be bigger in the morning. Kind of like leans in, like even closer. You've heard about those attacks going on, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we've heard mention that there were some bandits trying to do some kind of uprising or something. You guys are here to try to stomp that out?
Gets real close. You already did.
Oh, shit.
Something of a mission statement for the soldiers of the Blue. This is their official unveiling, letting everyone know that we exist, and then tomorrow morning, weather permitting, Crest Unit is going to be bringing in bodies of 350 some odd bandits, showing exactly how soldiers of the handle.
Garrett's gonna be thinking at Rohan. How did they know where to find these guys so quick if the regular guys had trouble finding them? Something doesn't seem...
Yeah. I mean, what
up
do
and
we?
up.
Yeah. Do we know what what they were rising up against? Because I think this is something that Garrett heard when he was talking to the Wayfinders, right? Do we know anything about like what the uprising's goal was, or like who they were fighting against?
I think it was just bandits being like opportunistic and trying to like be bandits.
There may be more to it. I know that I am gonna say Garrett would know some things from, you know, his recent time wayfinding, asking around, picking up information. It is, after all, his job. But you can also give me a int no to see if an int no to see if you picked up anything else.
Sure. An int no.
Okay. Oh, I get to give you some information now. From what you gathered, from what you heard, the dangers of these, of this like heavy uprising of rebels, bandits, whatever they want to be called, exclusively seem to be attacking either companies that were heavily affiliated with guilds, or like large wagons in Vreeland. Never outside of Vreeland's borders.
Okay. That's... seems to be sketchy in and of itself right there. I'm gonna be honest, that... it sounds... to Garrett that this whole thing may have been manufactured. And he's kind of like relaying this over to Rohan through the hearing, just kind of like the fact that they were able to catch 350 of these bandits this quickly, and no one's ever heard of them before, and they're in position to kind of show, hey, we're a badass, you should hire us and put us in charge of a whole bunch of shit. Forget SBI. Sounds very manufactured.
I think
Almost
Rohan is... Sorry, go ahead.
Almost like the uprisings were part of this plan. Of course, they weren't clued in on it until they were dead.
I think Rohan is thinking back at you. One thing I can say, I mean, you might be right, but one thing I can say is that Ray Clout is very good at having people from within a movement turn on their people. And I speak from personal experience. Often you don't have a choice, or you're in a position that you can't really make a choice. I wouldn't put it past them to have gotten this information because they divided and conquered, got somebody within the movement to turn on them.
Most likely. All right.
Well, yeah, I think so. If they were targeting companies associated with the big guilds, the big trading guilds and stuff, and large caravans in Vreeland, so it sounds like they were some kind of I don't know, capitalist.
Anti-union? Yeah, anti-capitalist? Or no, not anti-union, pro-union, anti-capitalist.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I know where my sympathies lie, but that's fine, I guess. Okay. Alrighty. Yeah, I mean, I think I'm still just following Grayson. I don't think I'm saying anything out loud, really.
So, I mean, if you guys are interested, I mean, I'm sure I can put in a good word, get you, scout unit or some such, whatever.
I don't think now would be the best time
and at
for
this
that
point,
for us. Yeah.
He almost like cuts you off and just like excited, like, Rowan, you're apt, right?
Yes.
Edelwine is looking for mages specifically. There's a special project he's been working on with them, apparently. A whole unit he wants for him. I don't know the details, it's very secretive. We haven't went over a lot of it. Perhaps you should apply for that. Couldn't imagine it being less than incredibly prestigious. This is big.
That's interesting. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty convincing. I think I'll definitely think about it. I think, we have some pressing things to take care of, but maybe tomorrow, once this public announcement is made, I'll, see if I can speak to him or something. I appreciate your offer, your suggestion.
And, I mean, on top of all of that, there is, we still have to meet in the morning. I need to sign over. Keep to you.
Yes.
Right, yes, absolutely.
Yeah, front row seat to the theatrics. It's, from what I've been told, it's gonna be a little gruesome, but certainly not without merit, dealing with this king. Can't imagine preying on merchants. Preying on people who have no way to defend themselves. Like the saints for people like Edelman. Actually have the ability and can actually do something about all this, even when someone like SBI.
I don't know if anybody would notice, but if anybody did notice, they would see that Rohan is like white knuckling like his fist, just like full Arthur meme, like digging his nails into his palm, just like trying to stay quiet.
I'm sure a lot of that is feeding through the earring.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not even like words or thoughts. You just hear like static getting louder and louder.
Well, that's certainly an interesting idea, but as Rohan said, we do have certain oh god, I can't think of the word anymore. Pressing issues that we've got to take care of. We do certainly appreciate the offer, though, and hopefully things go well for you. But I don't think we'll be able to take up on it now. But we just wanted to come back, see what's happening with the last of the banquet, and again, thank you for inviting us and for your hospitality here.
Of course, I mean, come on in, let's can enjoy this. Starting to serving the dinner soon. Got like a big there's so much. It's like most of this Professor Edelweiss himself funded. Honestly, said it's like a dream come true. Feels like we're enacting real change. So,
Sorry, your audio's cutting out.
Sorry. After all of this worry, wanting to just enact real change, all of this, I just so frustrating not being able to fight during Black Sun. Being able to do something now is certainly satisfying, and worrying again about something horrible happening to Blue Camp. So, I know his methods are harsh, but he's a genius. I think they're going to truly bear fruit to a safer Raylan, maybe more. Just to keep it. Blue's gotta stay independent. He doesn't want them dealing in guild politics and all. Sure, at least for now, not going to have the standing. And he shrugs. Be on our own, Braylon, but eventually we can give up that Sacred Blade backing and just be.
Yeah, I just remembered that I actually have to go help Strig with something, but you guys have fun with your dinner. And I'm just gonna sort of pivot and just walk out, like, as quickly as possible.
Were you trying to be, like, obvious, like, I don't actually want to be here and leaving, or were you really trying to, like, bow out gracefully for him, at least?
For him, at least. I think I'm trying to... I think, like, it's probably... Like, I recognize that I'm not being, like, smooth, but I think I am trying to make it seem like, oh, I'm not being smooth because I just realized, like, I got some other stuff I, like, have completely neglected. Or
not
whatever,
smooth, but genuine. Give me a charisma convince.
Okay. Please. Okay.
All right. Like I said, I mean, I could have introduced you. He might have been able to find, something important for you. Like I said, he's working on something big, mages.
Right. Yeah. No, I appreciate that. I really wish I could stay, but I just I have to. I
totally understand.
But thank you for the offer. I hope these guys
maybe tomorrow.
Yeah, maybe tomorrow. Cool. See you then. Bye. And then I just walk. The rest, I think, to Garrett, like, you guys can all stay, but he'll recognize me. Like, this is not like, like a party where everyone's milling about anymore. This is like,
right.
this is like a dinner where he's like making announcements and stuff. Like he's not gonna miss me. So I realize that I have to leave. But I mean, if you guys want to stay and find out what this is about, I think that's probably a good idea.
Yeah, absolutely. Anytime a new PMC shows up, you definitely want to get some information on it.
I get it on the ground floor like an MLM.
Well, you at least want to know what's going on.
Yeah.
PMC is just an MLM with a GUN. It's the stupidest thing I've ever said in my life. I'm sorry.
Also not incorrect, though.
Continue, Ronnie.
So I think once Rohan is turning to leave, Frey will say, "Well, I'd certainly like to meet the man, and I'll make sure to pass my impressions on to Rohan." But how has the announcement been received by the rest of the party?
A mixture of surprise and excitement, I think. The official recruitment's going to start tomorrow, but at least at the beginning, he doesn't want just anyone as a part of it. He wants it to be he can trust. I think that's why he's been here so long as a professor, finding people. It seems like a dream for him, for a lot of us.
Of course. And the way he's still the way he's saying that, that was mostly accepted with surprise and excitement. Does he seem like that is like an overexcited statement himself that's bleeding into it, or was he more sound of mind?
Definitely right now it seems like a lot of
his own
it
excitement.
seems like a lot of excitement right now.
Okay.
Like,
so can't necessarily trust his view on that.
He definitely right now seems very excited. I mean, he has been given like an insanely high ranking. Like, he's essentially a quartermaster for an entire new military right now.
Yeah.
Like, he's probably in the top 10 most important people for the Soldiers of the Blue right now, at least. Like, he's on fucking cloud 9.
So, I gotta say, and if you don't, if you're still trying to keep things on the hush side, do you, being the quartermaster, you guys are really well outfitted with the iron mail and the helmets, and I mean, where is he getting this backing from? I mean, I don't think even SBI could outfit as many people as it looks like he plans to with this equipment.
I don't know all of it, but I know apparently he's been his production south of the sea down there. They have a mixture of Raychlorians that are unhappy with the rule and Darans from before Raychlorian rule that set up at a old iron mine, creating it themselves. On top of that, they're stealing, pillaging, redoing anything they can to undermine Rayclaw too. I mean, some people would call this man insane. He's ready to wage a war on 2 fronts here if he has to. If something goes bad here, he'd keep fighting down there and up here. Where I come back then.
That would be tough to do.
It's one person I think can do it.
Well, enough shop talk. Why don't we go grab some seats and get in on this meal here?
Gives a nod and begins guiding you to a half-full table that he's sitting at. There's a couple of other people with the blue capes, blue left-shouldered capes on. And he kind of like... Essentially, so it's like left blue-shouldered cape person, a kind of short woman with wide shoulders and like real big biceps. And then a kind of short, maybe ear-length black hair or something like that. And she's not really paying attention. The table is facing like a wall, so she's looking to the left in the direction of the stage. But it would be her, then you guys, then him.
This woman, she's at the same table as us?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Is she also wearing the blue
Yes.
wave
Yes.
stuff? Okay. Frey will take the seat beside her and introduce himself. It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Frey Varrock, and you are?
She looks at you for a second. Mondo Terra McShay Crown.
Can you spell that, please?
Yep.
And you said crown as in like the crown regiment that brought in the 350 bandits? The crown unit?
Were you asking me or you were asking in character? I wasn't sure.
I was asking you because you said that.
No, that was the crest unit.
The crest unit. Okay.
Oh, to what do I owe thee? Pleasure, Mr. Varrock.
Well, we've been invited by our friend here, and he gestures to Hoslow. And well, I didn't realize that we'd be privy to such an exciting announcement.
Hey, something big's happening here. Well, interested in joining too? Seem a little, more on the Hoslow side. No offense, I can't see you around the steam.
He gives a small laugh at that, says, "Oh, no offense taken at all. I work better in other ways than in direct combat, but you certainly seem capable. Have you been with them for long, or did you just join up here today?"
I've been part of this planned for a number of weeks, but it's only the last couple days it's been real. Got us cloaks, they got us capes, they got us armor. Seems like what Ladelvine's doing is real. Real. I get myself for a while, but here we are.
Did she say she'd been part of this for weeks?
Yes, she's been privy to it for weeks.
Okay.
But it only started feeling real a couple days ago when, the
Started
uniform
happening.
showed up.
So often from so many it's just taught grand ideas, but there's nothing quite like it becoming a reality. What do you think's going to happen next?
Oh, yeah, there's going to be some big show happening tomorrow, the official veiling or some such of the blue.
A show? I heard it had something to do with the bandits.
Hey, seems accurate. I can't say for sure. There's a lot of rumors going around.
There's a lot
Talking.
of what?
A lot of rumors going around. A lot of people talking. A lot of excitement. Fact and fiction merging together till tomorrow. Ways I see it, don't hear it from our leader's mouth, and it ain't true just yet. And all he said is tomorrow everyone will be aware of the soldiers of the...
You must have some idea, some inkling, some theory.
I'm sure I do, but she gives a little shrug. I don't know. But what we should do in here is starting rumors on day 0.
Gives a small smile at that. Of course. It's so easy to get caught up in all the excitement. Forgive me. Forgot myself for a moment.
There's a lot of excitement. What are you looking for exactly, Christopher? Know your emotions. One of Hoslow's friends. What are you doing?
I think, like many here, I want to see some real change in the world. We've lived in fear so long. Stepping out of the cities, what there might be to find in the dark of the night.
Hey. Change is certainly coming. I have it my way. Not saying this is gonna happen. I have it my way. Our, Steve, Commander. Our Edelvine will let me take my unit, and we will find out where the fuck Umbral fucks, where this Umbria goes in the daylight, and hunt them out of the fucking shadows. Bring light to all of it.
You were breaking up a lot there, but I think I got the gist of it.
Sorry, sometimes, like, I apologize. If I had it my way, Commander, our esteemed Edelvine would trust me to lead a cavalry and hunt down these Umbriae to the ends. Find out where they go during the day, where they go when the sun is up, and shine some light on them. Hunt them down like the scourge that they are, and not let them hide. Maybe if that happened the first time when they attacked, we wouldn't be in this situation. We wouldn't be afraid to run between cities like rats. Be standing proud. Things would be like that. But no. Sacred Blade, Pearlman, all of it, they're just worried about lining their coin purses with as much as they can. Bricks of mana. Bricks of gold. My way, they'd all have their head on a fucking block, one of them.
Well, sounds to me then like, step 1 is SBI has clearly dropped the ball. If they can't handle these bandits, how can they handle a real Umbria attack? Sounds to me like maybe a change in management of Vreeland, or at least Vreeland's security, might be a solid first step. That way you have somewhere secure to search for the Umbria from.
Okay. Everything has a beginning. I just want to be there. And she just grits her teeth like, this woman has some serious fucking rage inside of her. Like, this is definitely someone who is channeling their righteous fury in what they seem to believe is a good cause. As you guys sit and begin to get a lay of the land in this evening with an announcement and what may be a major shaking up of who knows what. Rowan! Let's leave the string cliffhanger for another moment.
Okay.
Oh, what you doing?
I'm going back to the hotel with Strig.
All right, you head back to the quarters, and outside you can see two people surrounding a mule that is currently sticking half out a window and seems to be stuck.
Sorry, is it?
This is
Can I tell if it's Henrietta?
As you get closer, yes,
only
that is
one mule
definitely
in there.
Henrietta.
Okay. Is the window for... Wait, is the mule trying to come out or go in?
Come out.
And these two people are not Strig.
No. Strig is not two people also.
I mean, Strig is neither one of them.
Strig is neither one of them. Or both.
Okay. I'm gonna walk up to them and
As
say,
you get close, you can see Henrietta, like, fighting even more. And you can see that
does it
there's,
look
like...
they're trying to help her, or does it look like...
There is now, like, as you get close, it looks like they are trying to, like, calm her down. There is a large crack in the window, and you can see where the bottom of the frame is cracked up, where it looks like she tried to, like, get through it and got stuck, and now, like, they're trying to keep her calm because there's, you know, the glass is cracked and getting ready to just, like, jam into her spine.
Okay.
And as you get a little bit closer, you recognize the larger gentleman that is helping with this as Wilbur Temple. Just, come on, Leslie, calm down. And then, like, she sees you, and she is like, now she's fighting even more, trying to get out.
Oh, no. I think I, like, put up my hand, like, easy, girl, easy, and then I'm gonna, like, sort of jog up and try to, like, pet her.
He grits his teeth.
Sort of, like, try
There's
to calm her
one
down.
thing. You keep her under wraps. What happened with that?
I'm just coming back. I have no idea what's going on.
I had windows open, she tried to get out. Got stuck,
yes,
and...
I can tell that, but maybe let me see what I can do. Can I, like, run around to the inside and see if I can, I don't know, like, help her shimmy out, like, move her legs or whatever?
Give me a... I forget. It's been a while since we've had to roll something for Henrietta. She's gotten so well trained.
Yeah.
Give me a... Let's go with... Wisdom. Survive, I guess, for now. I don't know.
Okay.
Wait a minute, okay, no, never mind. It's gonna be Wisdom Ride.
Okay.
Given that, I will, does that affect your roll? No, it doesn't. So that's my mistake. I'll let you keep it or re-roll. You can pick.
I'll re-roll. Why not?
See that?
We live on the edge here.
Alright.
Yes.
Ride is for handling mounts, so I will extend that to something that is too small to be a mount, but is still very large.
Amazing.
And you kind of, like, after a few moments, you're like, all right, and you get her all the way out. As you do, the glass kind of, like, the glass kind of, like, fragments even more, like a tree just going up onto the top half. Well, that was something. What the fuck are you all doing? Leave the window open. I told you to keep a low profile with her.
Hang on to her, and then I, like, run to go see what's up with Strig, because obviously, like, Strig was with her when I left, and this is weird. Like, do I see him somewhere?
You
Is
do
he in his
not.
room? Okay. I guess I come back out and just sort of look around and see if I can see him outside somewhere.
Yeah, didn't notice.
Let's notice. It's a natural 2. I see dog shit. I see nothing.
You don't see Strig anywhere. You see no evidence of Strig.
Okay. I will take Henrietta from the Grub Master, and I will say, I'm honestly not sure. Strig was with Henrietta when we left, and now I can't find him. So I'm a little worried that something's happened to him, especially given what you've been saying about your assistant or employee. Yeah, I'm sorry that, Henrietta's gotten out of hand a little bit. I'll keep an eye on her. I'll make sure that she doesn't damage anything else, but I like sort of like put my hand out for the reins or whatever to grab her, and then just sort of say like, but I think I'd better go and see if I can track down Strig for now.
Well, comrade, you've been perfectly nice about all this thus far, but could you just do me a favor and be a little more careful and see if I can get this fixed, but I need a bit of compensation.
Yes, of course. That's not a problem.
I do want to say, by no evidence of Strig, I do mean like it looked like his bag wasn't in his room, nothing like that either. Like,
yeah.
He disappeared.
Okay. I mean, I guess that could be good, but it could be bad, but okay. Okay. Yeah, I think I say to him like, yeah, it's no problem. We can definitely, if needed, pay for the damages and stuff. That's not an issue, but I'd better go track down Strig for now. So I'll catch you later. And then just sort of shuffle off with Henrietta in tow. Just kind of, I don't really know where I'm going or what I'm doing really. Just kind of like time to wander around. Do I know from the conversations that we had where like Deal would be operating from, if there's like a headquarters or something? It was Deal, right? I think that's what it's called.
Yes, it was. And every major guild has an office at the central hall.
Okay, I think I head there then.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Go up to Deal. Hi, have you seen this man?
I mean,
I'm gonna love this.
I'm not gonna do that,
Oh.
but we'll see what happens.
All right. Oh. God. This is Star Trek 2 all over again.
I mean, it's funny because it's like exactly equally likely that he has gone directly to Deal or that he has gone in the direct opposite direction of Deal. So I could just be like walking into his worst enemy's lair to be like, hey, you know this person who you definitely haven't seen because he ran the other direction? I mean, I'm not going to ask them, obviously, but this is, yeah, great. All right. Wow. Yeah, I head to the hall.
Alrighty. So you make your way back towards the center of the city, and here at the Darium Plaza's main central hall, a massive building. You spend a couple moments. You have to ask for directions, double check a map, essentially. Like, there's like signs everywhere. It's like, this is like, it's, imagine a flea market, but instead of each stall being a disorganized mess of random junk for sale, each room in this castle is a different business that operates and affects like the entire country. It's just got all of these different, very, like, it's fairly well organized as far as like, it is still a grid. You go down this hall, it's got this many on this side, this many on that side, but eventually, you do make your way to the Deal main offices. It is off on the western branch of the Central Hall. At the end, it is the last one on the left. And you head in, and you see this woman, maybe in her late 40s, early 50s, hair slightly gray, a warm smile, and she just, hello there, to what do I owe the pleasure? What can Deal help you with today? She kind of pauses for a second. Is this in regards to the Perlman account? I believe that was settled.
Right? This is horrible, but I don't say a word. I turn around and walk out. Truly, Rowan is just like, I am not in a place for this right now.
Oh my God.
We are not doing this.
That might be the funniest thing that's ever happened to me. I just spent 3 minutes saying this scene.
I don't think I'm not going back to the hotel, but I'm just like, I can't, we're not doing conversations today. This has not been going well for me today. I'm just gonna go, I don't know, see if I can find any hint of him, or I don't know what I'm looking for, but it's just, I think I just walked in and I'm just like, there's no good thing I can say to him, you know?
Spent 15 minutes logging in Central Hall. Yeah, they'd be like, wait, this is an awful fucking idea. Bye, Grandma.
Well, while I was in there, did I see, I mean, I don't think I saw Strig, but like,
No, I would have mentioned if you saw Strig.
I know, obviously, but
if you saw a
like,
conspicuous dirty boy covered in crossbows.
No, I know, but did I get a sense that, like, I mean, first, I guess, could I see anybody other than this person in the front? Like, in the back, you know, like, were there people walking around, like, who work there?
It looked like you were in a entry, like, lobby area, and it did go, like, there was a hallway beyond her desk.
Okay.
Give me an notice, see what you could have noticed across a few scant seconds of...
Yeah. Oh, please, don't give me another natural 2. It's okay.
Whoa!
Nice.
Well, you didn't hear or see anything related to Strig. You did hear someone mentioning something about about an investment, about how, like, they're waiting on a payback from Gladwell coinage.
Okay. Interesting.
And then something about trying to find an overstated account, which that is weird phrasing. Like, even here, there was definitely something in regards to an overstated account.
Okay, interesting. Did I get a sense that, like, there's a lot of, like, I don't know, hustle and bustle happening? Like, did it seem like...
In the back, yeah, it was, they were definitely busy in the back.
Okay. But, like, I mean, I guess just from, like, sound, it's hard to tell if you don't have, like, a baseline, but did it seem like they were panicked or something? Like, they were responding to, you know, like, does it seem like they're in crisis mode, or just, like, business as usual?
No, it seemed like much more business as usual.
Okay, that's fine.
Like I said, like, you made out, like, everything seemed pretty normal, but, like, they were busy. After all, it is, like, evening, they're probably getting ready to shut down and stuff like that, finishing up last minute things for the day.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's probably, like, most of the information I wanted anyway, because, like, I wasn't gonna go ask them, like, is Strig here, but I wanted to know if it was, like, I don't know, like, if
he was holding someone
like,
hostage in the back.
No, but if they were, like, mobilizing all the security guards or whatever to go, like, hunt down the, like, renowned bounty hunter or whatever, then, like, okay, like, that tells me something. It sounds like they're not looking for Strig or something. So either they have him or they don't know he's here. So I'm leaving.
Overstated account they're looking for.
Yeah, it might be the Garangenes. But the overstated account, I don't know. Yeah, well, all right. I what do I do? I'm gonna ask Garrett actually. I'll like earring him, sort of like okay, Strig is gone, all his stuff is gone. Henrietta was trying to squeeze out through the window, and maybe did some damage to this inn, and we might have to pay for some of the damages. But more importantly, Strig is gone. So like, I went and looked briefly at the deal office, and I didn't see any signs of him there. It didn't go very smoothly, but it went fine, I guess. What do I do now? Where do I look? Do you have any ideas?
God. Certainly didn't hurt to check deal, but he did say like stay away from them, like he wouldn't go anywhere near them. So I don't think that's where he would have gone. I think if anything, he would have tried to get out of the city. I think he would have tried to leave, but I don't know which way he would have gone. I think he would have just gone, knowing Strig, he would have just gone the most direct route out. Probably wouldn't have gone for a boat, because that would involve hiring people and extra people and all that stuff, and he doesn't like people. So he probably went straight for whatever the nearest exit point to the city is.
It's weird that he left Henrietta, though, if he chose to leave, unless he was on the run, but...
I think if you're gonna cut and run, you're gonna cut and run. And I think... I would like to think that maybe he would have just been waiting for us out. Okay, I was about to ask if he left a note or anything, but he can't. Leave a
It's
note.
just a picture of just a bunch of stick figures with X's for eyes and, like, arrows sticking out of their face.
Yeah. I think he would have tried to sneak out, and I think he would have tried to get out of the city. I don't know what would have happened. I mean, I'll be honest. I thought when we ran into the guards, the Blue Line or Blue Wave or whatever the heck these guys are, I was worried that something had happened here first with Strig.
That's fair.
And that doesn't look good on this front either. I don't like how this is looking. Not for us, but for Vrayland and Fortun Isol. But that's not really our problem. No, Strig. God, I don't...
Okay. Well,
I would...
I guess I will go to the city's outskirts and see if I can find...
I mean, the outskirts are many blocks of abandoned buildings known as the Dregs.
Yeah.
Probably a quarter of the city is just outskirts that are abandoned now.
I mean, I guess that's what I'm doing. I guess I start looking through abandoned buildings. What else are you gonna do?
You gotta, like, ask around as well, or is it just full-on committing to the hunt?
I think I'm just gonna check first. Like, I'm gonna probably, like, try to follow the straightest line out from the hotel, from the inn, and I don't know, check that way. But if I end up getting into, like, I don't know, the abandoned building district or something, and it's not immediately off of whatever main road heads out, then maybe I'll start asking people or something.
Meanwhile, we jump back. By the way, things are still going on with Strig in the background. You guys can enjoy that as well.
Great.
Fun. Good knowledge.
I just don't want you guys to think like I'm a piece of shit who's like, sorry, Lee, you don't get to play today.
Yeah.
So,
you're a piece of shit for completely unrelated reasons.
Yeah. After a moment...
Both is good.
After a moment, there is a slight applause as a blue-cloaked Professor Benjamin Edelwein takes the stage. Esteemed colleagues, Some of you I've worked with for years. Some of you I've had but in one class for mere months. But all of you are here because believe in something. Believe this world we live in just looks out. A world painted full of shadows. There has been a generation of children who are taught to stay close to their light. Because the darkness, scourge, the unknown, Grey Eye, brigands, pirates, Breakcloud. That cannot hold true forever. We cannot allow it. In the dark, discovery, possibility, freedom. We need only illuminate it. And we shall. That is how we stand. Soldiers of the blue. No more will we fear the darkness. No more will the Umbraei, brigands, drive us to cities. No more will we be ruled over. In a world where no one can grow. There is no room to gain. We will fight. And we will destroy those who wish to keep us down. Pauses for a second. One of the first people to applaud is Grayson Hoslow behind you, or a few more until there is a fairly heavy applause that goes throughout the entirety of the banquet hall.
Frey will clap along as well, but while he does, he's looking around at the audience. Is there anybody, like, not clapping?
Give me a... I'm gonna say give me a charisma... wisdom notice to see if anybody's, like, not necessarily not clapping, but, like, uncomfortable with the situation.
Alright.
Well, it is very obvious, through reasons that you already know, that there are two people sitting next to you that are probably less than enthused about what's going on here for reasons that probably most of the other people here don't have, but it seems to mostly be excitement.
Okay.
You don't, like, see anyone who really sticks out as, like, perturbed or off-put by any of this. Like, without Rowan's context, this seems like someone who wants to create a better world and sees a means to do that and is trying to do everything they can to rise up beyond the lot they were given in life and give people an opportunity to have their voices be heard.
All right. Are the Valeska ladies still here?
I know one of them is. Let me see which one. It is Inez, the co-owner. She is here. Her wife Bettina is not. She is politely clapping, sitting back in her chair, legs crossed. I'd say she looks more amused than excited. She's not like, yeah! She's more like, okay, awesome.
Okay. Okay, cool.
But otherwise, after a momentary applause, these soldiers of the blue truly make their mark in the morning, I promise you. I am no doubt confident that you have all heard tell of scourges, the brigands that have plagued Vreeland's streets, Vreeland's roads, Vreeland's nightmares. And be you a man on foot or woman guiding a caravan of 50, I care not. Will have this dealt with, and tomorrow you will see that there is a scourge no more. These rebels, these dangers will be nothing. Nothing at all. And everyone will understand that these soldiers of the blue, that this cloak is illumination. This cloak means safety. This cloak is freedom. There is another applause that begins to erupt, but he holds a hand up to pause it. I'm not a man of many speeches. He smiles, a almost uncomfortably genuine smile. At least I would say so if Rowan was here to see it. For some of my closest friends, you would know that being up here on a stage, giving a speech to more than students and scholars is far beyond mine comfort. But I do this, conquer my fears, help lead to something.
Can Frey tell if he seems genuine when he says that? Like he's really not normally comfortable with, like, you know, stuff like this?
Give me a charisma notes.
Okay.
Wisdom notes. I forgot.
Wisdom
I never.
notes.
I'm not gonna change that rule till I officially say so.
Okay.
He's definitely playing up some of this. Like, he's definitely doing a bit of a stage play here. The exact, like, what he may be lying about or not, there's definitely, like, this is a character. Though he is playing it very well, without the context of Rowan being like, this dude's fucking evil, it would come across as incredibly genuine. But, he does hold his hand up, and... But I do not lead alone. There are so many that will stand alongside me. All of these people in arms that will fight alongside me. Even those of us, myself included, who cannot draw a blade. Speaking of, one of our foremost important people to getting this whole thing together, getting these soldiers of the blue a piece of the pie, if you will, here in Vreeland. Our chief guild intermediary, one of my closest friends, an esteemed and a respected colleague and ally for many of you. Former commander of Sacred Blade Industry. This is Alison Wardica. And there's a bit of surprise. Like, a few people are like, wait, what? Like, there is some genuine shock at that. Even without the additional context that none of you, none of you are from Fortun Isol, so you wouldn't understand that. Frey's been here before. I guess, Frey, you can give me a... You've spent time, I believe, in Fortun Isol during your... Right?
Nope.
No?
Nope, he hasn't.
Nope. All right. Well, in that case... Yeah. And you
Did
see...
he meet her when he was doing the rounds of the room earlier in the night?
No, she has not been seen. You see a woman...
Okay.
A woman coming up, not wearing a helmet, but holding it at her side, wearing a full suit of iron interlocking plate mail, a large gilded blue cloak with that same sigil of a wave crashing on two opposing shores. Her hair about chin length, slightly wavy and mostly gray with a little bit of blonde. This just incredibly, just she has a strong jawline and just like, she has this presence about her and she just... It is a pleasure to be here. It is a pleasure to have this opportunity. I respected all of my colleagues. The Sacred Blade, but it is time for something new. It is time not to defend the city, but expand. It is time to make the roads safe. Do away the need for large caravans, for wayfinders that are forced to guide groups of 2 or 3. It's forced to do away with the dangers of the night, the fear that any time light a campfire, you may not open your eyes again the next morning. It's time to do away with all of this and fight into something new, and I am so incredibly proud to say that I am going to be here for every step of the way. I will navigate the Soldiers of the Blue through Fortun Isol, through Vreeland and its guilds. I will handle everything on this side so that our commander, our leader, our chief, Professor Benjamin Edelwein, can successfully form this into the company that we all want it to be. Gives this, holds a hand up and just waves out and smiles and then motions again as the applause starts. Do not applaud for me. My part is minor compared to that of our esteemed Professor Edelwein. This could not be done without him. I am sure you will learn more about what has happened, about his plans, all of you interested. There is much that will come to light the ensuing days. Thank you. And she begins to head off to another series of applause.
Frey will lean over towards Mira and ask, "Do you know who that is?"
Do I?
Give me
Yes,
an
we know.
no. I'm gonna assume not, but hey, maybe she picked it up somewhere. No, you do not.
She shakes her head, still looking, vaguely nervous and worried. I mean, she doesn't know much about politics anyway, and it's been 11 years, but...
Okay. Frey will then instead lean over to the woman on his other side and ask the lady there, "Do you know who that is?"
Oh, one of the foremost commanders of Sacred Blade, respected. She ran a platoon, and she handled a bunch of them, and I came out to an early retirement months back. Thought she was just gonna enjoy some time. Guess not. Guess there was more to it than met the eye at first. It was, Cat leans in close. It was, in line to the president of SBI at one.
What did you say?
She was in line to be the president of SBI at one point.
Okay. Everybody seems somewhat surprised to see her here.
Like we said. Oh, she went to an early retirement. Last anyone heard, she went to a house out in Alice here. Went to buy a boat, go fishing. Tired to a life at sea or some shit. Guess it was a load of bull. Here we are. Impressive.
From my time from Frey's time in Alisir, did he ever hear of this woman, like, in the city?
Nope.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry, y'all have to roll no is the answer. This continues for a little while, this applause and the excitement. Rowan, I believe you have a hunt you are going on.
Yes.
So give me an int notice as you begin to hunt through the city or through the dregs and see if you can find Strig. How long are you looking? It's about like a little before sundown when you get out there.
How exposed is this, like, to, like, not city place? You know what I mean? Like you said, this is several blocks and stuff. Is it like, am I still in the middle of, like, civilization, or is it like...
Yes, it's just abandoned civilization where it's illegal to, like, live because you're considered homeless, and then they, you know, put you to work and arrest you.
Sure. I think I'm gonna keep looking until, like, I don't know, like, until I think it's like midnight or something.
Okay.
I feel like I'm gonna look through
Rowan's on the hunt.
Yeah, through darkness.
So, we are also handling things with Strig. Don't worry. He is a very busy boy right now.
Yeah.
I'm just waiting for a response right now. But in the meantime, yes. So you guys continue to listen as these speeches subside, and it turns to just excitement. Lots of people hearing, you know, if this is for real, if the pay's as good as everyone's saying, and it seems like, why not? Everything else has been legitimate. My brother'd be real interested, and he's damn good with an axe, not really at fighting, but chopping, I'm sure that translates. Like, there's definitely that, like, groundswell of excitement where everyone's like, let me see who else I can get in on the ground floor thing.
Cool.
And then we'll end with the GUN.
I think Frey is going to wait for an opportunity to see if he can actually go chat with Adelvine.
Oh.
But also,
no.
I need to BRB first, so go focus on someone else for a moment. But that's what I want Frey to do.
You know what? This actually seems like a pretty good time to take a quick break. We haven't had one yet, and I feel like some people could use a minute really quick, because this has turned into a lot.
Yes.
Oh, boy.
Sounds good.
I will be right
All
back.
right.
Alrighty, so I believe when we last left off, it was Strig. Possibly dead, possibly alive, possibly missing. Who really knows? It was Rowan, desperately trying to find Strig out in the dregs and having no luck. And it was Garrett and Mira at the awkward party where they believe fascism is happening. And it was Frey trying to make best friends with Hitler or something like that.
Yep.
Your words, not mine, by the way.
No, those were not my words.
I think he was paraphrasing.
Yeah, I was reading between the lines. So anyway, Frey, you make your way through the crowd as deftly as you are trained and apt to do. And get towards the front where you can see, after they've finished on the stage in a couple of moments, Professor Adelvine is speaking with a couple of people, one of which looks like another that I brought up. Speaking with Enrique Mordicone, who I believe I brought up. Yeah, because somebody caught my reference on that. Enrique Mordicone, a Vreeland coordinator, and a couple of other people. As you kind of like make your way towards the conversation, I am worried about the long-term effects of what exactly we are going to do here in Fortun Isol if we do not find proper lodgings for this amount of people. We will not be able to have a standing army or some such if everyone's just going to their own homes. And hello there, sir. I do not believe we have had... he turns to you, Frey, as you're making your way over, and holds a hand out to shake yours.
Frey will bow his head slightly and shake the man's hand. Oh, no, I don't believe we've met before.
Well,
sorry, I don't believe I caught your name.
I'm Professor Benjamin Edelheim, also Chief Commander of Soldiers of the Blue, and he pulls out he kind of thinks for a moment, and pulls out a small pocket watch, blazoned in with silver with a little bit of gold leafing on the trim, and as of 3 hours ago, Chief Commander of Soldiers of the...
Sorry, you went out again at the end there.
That was all he said, was Chief Commander of the Soldiers of the Blue.
Okay. Sorry, I thought it was the other guy he was talking to had introduced himself to Frey. Frey does know this guy's name.
Oh. No, yeah. No, it was him.
Okay. Yeah, seems to be quite exciting things happening here. I fear I was a bit late to all the announcements, but it seems like so much is already happening so quickly.
It is all being announced quickly, but I assure you, nothing has happened quickly. He says that with a level of disdain dripping from his voice that you haven't really heard.
Okay.
It is the unfortunate reality of Braylon, or Fortun Isol in particular, that everything has to build this, contract that, investment. It's frustrating, to say the least, especially as someone who is foreign sorts of things. For me, it has always been a matter of... And he thinks for a moment and just pauses himself, and they just want to be able to enact something, have the ability to do so, and do it. That is what these soldiers of the blue are about. Cutting through the slow and plodding meander. So, Mr. I apologize. I've met a disadvantage. Your name again?
Frey Rock.
Well, Mr.
And yes, I'm quite familiar with the bureaucracies, the politicizing to really get anything moving. But well, it sounds like that's all the long work you put in all this. It's finally coming to fruition.
It is lovely, isn't it?
It's certainly exciting. I'm not old enough to really remember the year of the Black Sun or what things were like before it, so it's only... I can only imagine what might come after all of this.
Paradise. trade was more national, international, even. There was no just motions with a disdaining flick of his wrist around him. None of this overbearing taxation. None of this frustrating lack of cooperation. None of these kingdoms, this duchy, this motions again. None of this at each other's throats. Everyone worked together. Sure, there was fear. Grey Claw and that invasion. It was a horrible time for a lot of people. Waged 10 wars against man before I would want to fight the Umbria. But enough of past atrocities. Are you looking for something, Mr. Verak? Something you can offer the blue?
I fear that my services are already promised elsewhere. I don't exactly have the freedom to really pursue such avenues, but I'm just interested in learning.
Well, are you a writer? Intent on sharing news of what you have heard here?
Sorry, what did he ask?
Are you a writer?
Oh, a writer.
You're intent on making things straight. I would be intent that you hear them from me.
That's why I thought it best to come directly to you. So many things get lost in the rumors and mythologizing.
It is unfortunate to see all of this. Even now, I've heard murmurs of people planning to ride dragons, go on battle, unleashing beasts, altered knows what. Wield the Arcanum itself. Titanic proportions of godly fury or some such. You are flesh and blood. There is no godly fury. No Einarist chaos that's going to stop us.
Do you plan to show just a first glimpse of what can be accomplished tomorrow from all that I've heard?
Gives a slow nod of agreement at that. The first unit has already been mobilized weeks ago. We've been planning for quite a while and want to make clear soldiers of the blue are not some company of drunkards. Wistful hero would-bes. We are a company intent on lore and order and caring about it. Fixing problems. Does that mean supplanting someone else? No, we are just going to do what needs to be done. Not going to allow someone to hire us to eradicate or fight a war on their behalf. We are going to fix things. We'll fix everything that is wrong. And it starts in Fortun Isol. It starts in Vreeland.
You really think that it can spread across all the lands? I mean, it sounds like you speak of breaking down the walls between the kingdoms.
Young lord, you do not remember a time before the Black Sun when trade was plenty and cooperation was king. Everyone got greedy and scared. I'm sure I made clear that fear is not going to motivate, fear is not going to drive, and fear is not going to control. To let bravery and the blue motivate. We are going to let bravery and the blue lead. We will lead by example. We are not going to offer our services for a modest fee. We are going to make the roads safe. You are local. Do you travel? You travel often, yes.
I hope to start traveling more now. I've traveled here actually from Alice here.
And that is one of the most traveled roads in Idara. And yet, every night, put your head on a pillow. Think in the back of your head, very depths of your soul. Perhaps this is it. The Umbria do not rest. Edge of that campfire. What if you wanted to travel alone? Maybe you and your family. And a loved one. Your beloved. Want to go on a vacation. Say. Oh, a week. 2. Travel to Fortun Isol. Do some gambling and then head back. No need to go through all of the complicated and frustrated. Oh, I need a caravan. Oh, I need soldiers with me. Just be allowed to travel on what should be one of the safest and most well-lit roads in the world.
Certainly would be a dream, but
that is what it was
so little.
For the Black Sun. For the Black Sun, let every decision be driven by fear and greed. Everyone was afraid that they would lose what they had, so they greedily held on to it and forsake their fellow man. Not what I want to see. I want to see people stand arm in arm, help each other. When you fall, I would help you up, same as I would expect a beggar. I have made clear to everyone who I have already recruited that no one is standing above anyone else. That everyone will help equally.
It would be a wonderful thing to be able to trust in people, so no matter where in the world you might go, but it's hard to imagine a world without fear of the Umbria. I mean, we know so little of them, where they come from, where they go.
And we will. We will learn the same as any other. Beacon Knights keep their secrets. They knew what was coming. Maybe they didn't know when, maybe they didn't know how bad, but to tell me that the only could stand and fight against them, the only people who had studied them, did not know. But to ask me, I think that they, what would happen? Prepared. What happened? The Black Sun occurs. A scourge across Midara, and after it, they go from a laughingstock, a punchline to jokes that jesters tell kings, the most respected knights in the realm. Greed. It is
Is
greed.
he talking about the Beacon Knights?
Yeah.
What do I know about them?
Give me an int now.
Hi.
Okay.
A bunch of them suffocate to death in an air bubble.
We didn't know that.
Yeah. But we know that. Our characters don't.
True.
But we have to live
The
forever.
Beacons of Manethir, they have a lot of history. You would know that in regards to they initially were founded as something of not explorers, but the best way I think I could describe it is archaeological knights. After the fall of Ain Ferris, when the being that many people called the Umbral King, though whether or not even is a being is questionable. That's just kind of how the story goes. But once the Umbraei took over Ain Ferris, it fell, turning to umbral wastes. It was the Beacons of Manethir who went back, studied, learned to fight back against them, tried to understand what happened, so it would never happen again. So if the day came that the Umbraei would fight more, leave Ain Ferris, there would be something to fight against them. Of course, the years passed and that never happened, and they became more akin to a punchline in the sense that they stayed neutral. They didn't fight. They didn't fight in wars. They didn't really fight at all, but they would help people. A family could go to them. They have keeps throughout Madara, but a family could send a letter to them and say, hey, we're a meager, poor farm family and we want to move elsewhere. And they would send a letter back saying, hey, give us a month. We'll have 3 people out. We'll go help you move. Make sure you're safe the whole time. That sort of thing. They never asked for anything back. Nothing like that.
And in terms of like them studying the Umbraei, like is the idea that like they never really like found anything or shared anything about that?
When the Black Sun happened, they were the only ones who were really able to fight back. Like they had arcane abilities, spells, things like that that could actually drive the Umbraei away. So that's why they went from punchline to... It went from, you know, you're at a bar brawl and you punch somebody and they go, hey, you punch like a beacon knight, to an entire generation after the Black Sun of people like, oh, little Timmy, learn to swing a sword. Maybe you could join the Beacon Knights one day. Like, overnight, essentially. Over the course of the Black Sun, they went from punchline to purpose, essentially. And,
Okay.
yeah. That's a basic overview. Yeah, that's probably a good amount for a 7. I think you got a little more than I would have. That seemed like a good stopping point, though. So yeah, Beacons of Manethir. Any more questions about that?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Okay, so Frey would say but you must have some idea, some place to start.
It starts here. Fortun Isol. Oh, as well as anyone, they call this home of opportunity. That is what it is. anyone can make a life. Rayland. Not anyone do this. I do not think Eindarit would be too keen to see private company soldiers appear in its borders. I think Fortun Isol is our opportunity. That is why here. They were hit the hardest. They need this. No one seethed. No one wept. No one bled. Citizens of Raylan. Shakes his head. And tactically, it is not the farthest journey across the Vaudoyan Sea. Southern reinforcements.
You've been
Time.
gathering them all this time. Your numbers must be great.
I have trusted tenants are handling things down there. They're proud of what we've accomplished. Free Rayclaw and free people together. Stay out of Rayclaw's way. Do not know what is coming. But if the time comes, if they try and invade, we will protect people. We will fight back. We will not fail the same way that Alisir did. But not allow them to march through our streets, murder, hang, pillage everything that they want. Sure, Alisir survived last time, but it will not happen again. They will not agree to some strange, arcane, inexplicable ceasefire. A white piece of convenience. Sure, stupid, short-sighted leaders in Alisir were doing anything to save their own hides. That's because of one thing on greed. They did not have contingencies. Perhaps they would flee all the way to Bacania, perhaps further. Spend all their gold, make a mansion in the Grass-Dune Sea, and rule over naught but blades, and still call themselves kings. Rather than fight for something that they believe in. Shakes his head again, just with bitter disdain. I hope I've helped to clarify Soldiers of the Blue just a little bit for you, Mr. Varrock.
You have indeed. And I've had many dealings with the upper echelons of society myself, and I have seen much of what you speak of firsthand. And, well, I look forward to seeing this demonstration I've heard so much about tomorrow. And, well, what may come next.
Central Hall. Make your way to the Darien Plaza.
To the where?
Central Hall.
Central
At
Hall.
the square. Right outside. You will see
Right.
everyone else.
Alright, I'll make sure not to miss it. But if I may, sir, if a more personal question, or a personal indulgence, if I may. And he puts on a bit of a sheepish face, as if he's almost embarrassed to ask. I couldn't help but notice your pocket watch earlier. I was wondering if I could take a look at it. It seemed like a fine piece. Bit of a curiosity of mine. I always appreciate such craftsmanship.
Oh, this is the weirdest fucking thing you could have asked him. Give me a charisma convince.
Okay.
This is so weird. Dude, can I check out your watch? Like, I know you're creating a new private military, but oh my god. After all that, Frey didn't even want to roll good, and it was still a 10.
Well, this is why he saved it for after their discussion.
I assured you it was a gift, a trinket I would not spend this much on the normal circumstances. And he has just this moment as he looks at it with a bit of nostalgia, something. There's a very positive emotion he seems to associate with it, and he holds it out for you to look at. It is also clasped to something inside of his jacket.
Frey will lean in a little closer to look at it, and he'll reach out to touch it if he will let him.
Careful. Not that I would need to tell you twice, but... And he motions with his thumb and kind of taps on the left-hand side of it, and you can see there is a small little, like, hairline crack down the left-hand side.
Oh, of course. Always best to be gentle with fragile things. And Frey will touch it, and I'd like to use my emotional resonance and see if just like, surface level, not the focus on for 1 full minute thing, just to see what I pick up from it.
Heartbreak.
Okay.
And it is heartbreak from a lost loved one. Of a lost loved one.
You sympathize my slave owner, I swear to God.
Frey will very gently release it, and he'll step back and he says, "It really is a lovely piece. I would love to know the artisan, if you have the name."
I wish I did, but it's a gift.
Of course.
Find
Well,
out.
well, thank you for your time, sir. I'm sure you have a great many more important people than myself to speak with today.
He slowly shakes his head and gives you this look of disappointment. I thought I made myself clear. There are no ranks of importance. They're all equal. For you to need an hour to speak with me, to deemed valid, I would give you all of that time.
He gives a smile at that and says, well, in that case, I won't hesitate to reach out again if any more questions come to mind, and to see if there's anything I might be able to do to help if I'm free to, of course. Prior obligations and all always keep our hands bound.
He gives a slow nod, and you can see, like, as you were talking, he was considering and your prior contract. You are a very eloquent man, Mr. Varrock. And having people who can speak on behalf of the Blue, having people who understand it and can explain it to the layman, is an invaluable resource. You have a prior commitment or contract I would be more than willing to buy it out for your services.
Certainly a tempting offer. I wouldn't want to surprise my employer with such a change, so I'd need time to consider the possibilities. Of course, you understand. But thank you. I'll certainly keep that in mind.
Who is an employer that considers for a second, pausing mid-sentence, this auspicious city? Who is it that would inspire such loyalty?
I'm afraid not here, but back in Alasir. I'm only here on his business, of course.
Who is that damned Alasir? Chain that seems to bind everyone who touches it back to it, tethered all eternity.
Frey gives a small smile at that, making sure to add in a note of something like slightly strained. He says, and a long chain indeed. But they're complex matters. But if you are genuine in your offer, then well, perhaps we may be able to work something out, or you may be able to help me out with that complication.
Just gives a nod, perhaps. Considers for a moment and he begins to speak, and then one of the other gentlemen who he was talking to approaches him again. Professor Edelwein, your presence is requested a private room for a delicate matter. And he just... Oh, one moment, I'm finishing a conversation with Mr. Virak here. I will be around shortly. Waves them off. They head off with a mixture of, like, fear, not in, like, a physical sense, but in a, I don't want to be reprimanded by my boss sense, and respect. And then he turns back to you and... Apologize, I may be getting pulled away. What you were saying?
We can continue that conversation another time. I still have plenty of time in the city still. Please, you have matters to attend to, clearly. I don't want to slow you down.
Gives a nod and holds his hand out to shake yours again.
And Frey will shake his hand.
The offer is open. If you cannot find contact for myself, we always speak with Miss Wardica. She will have your name. Mr. Haslow will be in the city for a number of months at the least. Perhaps longer. He is a young man, but very gifted to handle quite a bit. He is my Chief Supply and Logistics Officer.
Yes, we've actually had the pleasure of meeting. He was the one that invited me to this event.
You are one of, He kind of thinks back. I'm sorry, you said your name was...
Frey Vernock.
Yes, I believe you're part of the group that was helping him recover his mother's lost possessions.
He gives a small smile at that. Aye, though, it was really them who did most of Most of that work. I was really just along for the trip. Safety traveling in numbers, after all.
Well, he spoke highly of your group. A curious lot, he said. Yeah.
I'll be sure to pass along your kind words.
Yes. Give my words to him. All of them. Including, what was the name? Rohan as well. He motions and heads off.
Fuck.
Did he just call Rohan out specifically?
Yes, he did.
Oh my god.
Okay.
My real life heart just dropped.
What are the chances that Strig is the issue?
Frey. Frey is going to very carefully control his expression, not letting that smile on his face falter, even though on the inside there's definitely that moment of, oh no, no. But he's going to turn around and make his way back to the others. Is Mira and Garrett still sitting awkwardly at the table?
Yep.
Go fish.
Absolutely.
just making small talk with
McShay.
Harlow and yeah.
Hoslow is
Oslo, yeah. He
very
left.
much interested in, very much like... So, I mean, I know it's very, very stressful to be in such a high position this quickly, but Professor Edelwein has so much confidence in me, and frankly, I mean, I don't know, I mean, it's what you all have done has been so much, I mean, I appreciate you all, and I'm looking forward to seeing you in the morning as well. So, thank you again, of course. Anything else? I'm in your debt still. I'm sure between myself and Professor, he would give you a shirt off his back if it would help with something like this. He said he was very impressed when I told him that I found a group of strangers that were helping me with covering my mother's lost artifacts.
I'm glad we were able to find those for you. I certainly know what it's like to leave your home behind in a rush and lose things that have value like that. But yeah, no, we're very happy that we were able to get these for you.
Yes, of course, Mr. Frey, what did you think of, the professor?
I think he's a very fascinating man with grand dreams. I look forward to seeing how it all plays out.
I mean, nothing but the best moving forward. Seemed interested in you. What about the rest of you? Sure, none of you were interested in signing on with the blue?
Unfortunately, I have to get back to my wife, so I would not be able to sign on for any form of long-term commitment, which it seems that any sign-on with this would be.
Gives a nod. There are, of course. I mean, I'm probably going to be here in Fortun Isol for a number of years handling this, but no. Hello, Grace and Oslo, I suppose.
Professor Adelwein did mention he'd be around. Like you saw, he did have an interest in me. I'm sadly bound by a prior contract at the moment, but Well, if the situation changes, I may reach out to you to see if you can get us in touch again.
Of course, I
He's
mean,
very understanding.
yes, of course. And on top of all that, I mean, someone as eloquent as you, I'm sure, someone who could speak on behalf of the Blue and, make speeches and recruitment, things like that. Making sure everyone understands what the Blue are for. It's important. I don't want people thinking that we're some sort of genocidal cult or some such. Sure, there's going to be war and horrible things happening, but for a good. Not going around and trying to hurt the innocent here, just... It's how they should be.
Yes, you certainly need a careful hand, deft touch to help ease the worries that such times can bring. I can certainly understand the need.
Gives a nod of agreement. It's, I think that's why the professor, chief commander, it's gonna get me weird not calling him professor anymore. I think that's the main reason that, we're so slow and careful with all of this. Building it from within first so that everyone understands our mission statement from the get-go, from the outset, and doesn't try and just shakes his head a bit. I don't want someone thinks the wrong way.
He doesn't try to twist it. He certainly seems to have his hands full. Apparently, well, there was some urgent matter that called away his attention. You don't... I mean, is there anything we should be worried about, do you think?
What do you mean worried about? I mean, I don't really have the reports back from battle, if you could call it that. They found their hideout. It was some old abandoned castle, not unlike mine, up yours now, and they were all set up there. Have a lot of defenses, but it was fairly well hidden. But they went in, they took them all out overnight, and no casualties, nothing more than superficial injuries. It seemed dangerous, or like a warning to me. Seems like safest combat operation you could imagine.
I wonder what it was then that pulled him away. But I'm sure whatever it is, he'll handle it well.
He gives another nod, and we are going to jump over to Rowan now and see what's going on there.
Yeah. I mean, I'm still looking until I find Strig or get I don't know, some sort of sense that he definitely isn't here. Like, I would be able to tell if he was somewhere in this part of town. I think I'm just like, at this point, I think it's like, well, I'm not going to go back to this hotel alone, and I'm not going to, I don't know, like, obviously I can't go back to the banquet, and I don't know, I'm not going to go back to the Guarantee's place alone. So right now there's nothing better to do. I'm just going to keep searching until at least just to keep myself busy.
And well after sundown, you are still on the search, keeping yourself busy, and things are going as well as they could. One moment. I'm getting more PMs. Asking around people as well as it gets later, or...
Yeah, I think so. I think I probably start off like making myself look as like ratty as Strig probably does, and just asking hey, do you guys know a place that I can sleep for the night and be safe? Like, somewhere where like the blades won't find us or something. Like trying to ask like other homeless people or whatever. I think if that doesn't work, then at a certain point I probably am like, have you seen, I don't know, and like describe Strig as much as I can without like, I don't know, identifying him too much.
And you are just like, you see an enforcer kind of do a basic description. You see anybody like this, oh, it's my buddy, he got drunk, that kind of thing. Got drunk, hoping he didn't come this way, and I don't want him to get arrested in an alley, passed out or something, that kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Unfortunately, your continued search for Strig and the digging into the dregs, heading into very uncomfortable alleyways, is bearing less than fruit, and each moment you think, maybe he's not here. Maybe he's somewhere else, but the dregs are still multiple blocks that span over 25% of the city's outskirts, essentially. Many of the most outskirts buildings and many of the blocks, probably 3 or 4 blocks deep in some places, of Fortun Isol proper are just abandoned and only occasionally patrolled by either hired security or Sacred Blade enforcers.
Yeah, I think it is like, I think at a certain point Rohan probably does think like he probably isn't here, but there's that old like parable or whatever that's like a guy loses his keys and somebody like comes up on him looking under a streetlight, and he's like, what are you doing? And he's like, oh, I'm looking for my keys. And he's like, oh, did you drop it here? And he's like, no, I dropped it down the street. And he's like, why are you looking for it here? And he's like, this is where the light is, And it's like, I think it's a little bit like that. Like Rohan knows that he's probably not here, but it's like, well, this is the only place I can search without being like, I don't know, killed. So until I know for sure, I'm just staying here. Like I can't really do anything else.
It's late. Like it's well, 10, 11, probably later. Well, it's been hours since sundown. Beat up, just kind of, search another block, ask a couple people. Has a dirty boy covered in crossbows. You've seen him. He drinks a lot and sometimes does stupid stuff. That kind of thing.
Yeah.
And get a no and head over and take a break for a moment. Strig, what happens?
I think as Rohan, leans against a wall, all of a sudden out of a dark alley, a hand reaches out and grabs him and yanks him in.
What? Hi. What's happening? What? Hi.
They found me.
Oh boy. Yeah, okay. Well, alright. Sorry, I'm still... Wow, that scared the crap out of me. Okay.
You're walking around here just telling everybody what I look like.
Well, I thought they might have killed you already. I figured it would be better for me to find you than it would for me to not find you, so... Anyway, okay. They found you. Fine. Well, alright. I can disguise you, but I need to sleep first. I've been searching all night. I'm exhausted. Do you want to just sleep here?
I can't go back to the hotel, and I'm not going back to that house, so...
Okay.
Yeah,
Let's
you
sleep.
guys want to come back here in the morning, I'll be here in the area.
No, I'm sleeping here. I'm staying.
You're gonna stay with me.
Yeah,
Here.
I'm not leaving.
You're crazy, man.
Look, I spent all night looking for you. It would be very stupid if I finally found you after looking for you for like 6 hours and then was like, great, saw you, time to go back to the hotel. What use is that? I'm not leaving until we find a way to get you safely to wherever we need to get to, so we'll just sleep here or wherever you're gonna sleep, and then in the morning we can both disguise ourselves and head back.
Head back to what end?
At least to get the others and figure out what we're gonna do.
Alright, yeah. Oh, God, I hate this. I had to come back to this stupid city.
Yeah. What happened when they found you?
I was in the hotel, and one of the guys from the hotel, he just knocked on the door, and then he said that someone had left a note for me, and he gave it to me, and it was from them. And I jumped out the window.
Do you have the note?
Yes.
Can I see it?
Rather reluctantly, Strig pulls the note out of his pocket, and you can see it's just like, it's all crumpled to hell. Like, he was very clearly, like, clutching it in his fist for the longest time, and he hands it over.
Of course. And Rohan is very much like, well, he has no idea what it says, so, like, I don't know, it could be nothing for all I know, but time to check. Yeah, Robert, what does it say?
So there is a wax seal on there, but it's so crumbled that you can't really make out what it was supposed to be.
Okay, that's fine.
But what it says is, there's an overstayed account I would deeply like your assistance with.
Oh, they don't want to hurt him. They want him to do work for them.
Yeah. Yeah, and by the way, I am relaying all of this to Garrett. Obviously, I told Garrett that I found Strig and like we're in the dregs and etc. But yeah, I tell Strig what it says. It doesn't seem like they are trying. I mean, you know, maybe it's bait or something. Maybe they're trying to trap you. But at least what they've said is that they want your help with an overstated account. Not that they're coming to kill you.
No. That means they want me to kill for them.
Yeah.
Right.
Is that something you want to do?
No!
Why he left.
I mean, I don't know why you left. Okay, fair enough. Well, that's fine then.
I don't like that they knew where I was.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, cool. Well, alright. Yeah, let's sleep. Hopefully they don't know where you are here, and if they do find you, then I'll be here too. We can figure out what to do.
I've been following you for a little while. I don't think they know we're here.
Great.
A little while.
Why did you let me keep searching?
Because I didn't know if you were being followed.
Okay, fine.
Now, just for the meta-knowledge, a little while in this case we described as about an hour or two. He's been following you for so long. Alright, so...
It's especially funny to be like, I was watching you for a couple hours and you kept asking people where I was and telling people what I looked like. And it's like, you could have stopped me. You could have stopped me 2 hours ago.
I guess for Strig, who's incredibly patient, an hour or two really is only a little while.
Yeah, I want you to remember who you're talking to here.
Yeah, I know.
This is not the most rational of people.
Yeah.
Well, Strig has a job now he needs to do, apparently. Not even needs to. Just someone would deeply like his assistance with.
Yes.
That is the exact phrasing, by the way. I'll go ahead and put that here just in case. There's an overstated account I would deeply like your assistance with.
The way you say deeply makes it sound like it's italicized. Okay.
It's probably underlined.
You don't think that's our young friends, do you? That couldn't be the same thing.
Well, I will, it seems unlikely, because I feel like they would have just waited till you guys got back to say something. And I don't know why they would message Strig specifically when he's, like, not talked at all to them, but it could be about their account, maybe, something like that. But maybe the job is to kill the Guarantines.
Well, I mean, yeah, he's been in their house now, so he's not a
I thought you were saying
stranger to them.
Yeah. I thought you were saying you don't think that they sent the letter. I was like,
No.
that seems unlikely. No, yeah, okay, fair enough. Yeah. Do I think that they're yes. Yeah, could be.
To figure out exchange of information here before Rowan and Strig try to head to bed in an alleyway in the dregs where they could be arrested. I would like to hop back on over to the other three. Is there anything else that you guys are doing before heading, like, you finish up eating and then you're going to head back?
Is it almost time at this point for Frey to meet up with the other guy with the key?
Probably in the next hour or two. He said after dark, so it's after dark. It's probably 9-10ish. Like, I figure times are about lined up here with when Strig and Rowan finally met up around 10ish. So
Okay.
That's when you guys would probably, like, the party's not even necessarily winding down, but, like, it's to the point where it wouldn't look awkward if you guys left, essentially.
Yeah,
and Frey's just been holding on to this information now for, like, an hour and a half!
He has been, and he's looked very, like, calm and collected, just, enjoying his meal, his drink, some casual chatter with whoever he can find to casually chatter with. But yeah, he is definitely going to want to leave when it is socially acceptable.
Right. So, yeah, it's probably shortly after 10 when things wind down enough that you guys are able to say some pleasantries and make your way back out into the campus of the Ardenford University, and make your way out through the campus and back into the Darien Plaza.
I think, like, once they're through the campus gates, Frey would say, well, I had a very enlightening conversation with Professor Adelvine. I think to keep the details of it until we return back to the house. But well, I still had that appointment to keep tonight.
Okay, I think Rohan might have wanted in on that. But by the way, he found Strig. So I let everyone know now that we've left and gone outside, so I wasn't, like, blowing up Strig's spot in the building where he doesn't want to be. Yeah, so he found Strig. He's okay.
I guess they don't even know he's missing.
Someone's got to go back to the inn we were staying at and get Henrietta. Is there room possibly for Henrietta?
I feel like I probably took Henrietta, unless that would be ridiculous.
No, you told him to hold on to Henrietta and you left.
No. That was when I ran into to check where Strig was. But once I came back out, I think I took Henrietta with me.
My God, he's been wandering the dregs with his fucking mule.
Yeah.
God.
Is that
Okay.
crazy? Should I not have done that?
I don't think it's crazy. I think it makes Rowan look more distinct.
Sure, that's
But,
fine.
like, again, you're in the
At
dregs.
this
It's where the
point, who
fucking,
cares? Yeah.
You're not exactly... Here's the thing, though. If you've got Henrietta, you're not going to be hiding while you sleep. So, you do have to figure... By the way, this day's never going to end, I feel like.
I know. I mean, I'm just gonna hide her as best as I can. I mean, like, at this point, what are we gonna do? Unless Strig has an issue with it, I'm just gonna tie her down somewhere close by and... Yeah.
Don't let her get stolen.
Yeah. The the idea of like being at a party and the like host threatens you and your whole like group and you just like sit down and have a good time for another hour and a half is like so
Hell?
funny.
It's hell?
Yeah. Yeah. Just to like walk out of a party and be like, wow, like an hour and a half ago that guy said he was gonna kill us. Good party though.
The food was delicious.
Yeah.
Oh, I would take that for a last meal. Oh, wait.
Like
So-
Frey is expecting their immediate death.
So,
time.
with that, you guys are you heading immediately to go meet Oliver Lier?
Yeah, Frey wants to.
Did he want us to go with him?
Frey would definitely leave the offer open. He might say, considering the shady business, and he did ask just me, perhaps too many people might spook the man. So it might be good it's just the three of us.
Okay. Yeah, sounds good.
All right.
All right then.
Go to
And yeah, we'll go to wherever this is.
all right, and head there and kind of look, and you see a gentleman sitting on a crate, wearing a long cloak, poncho style almost, completely covering him, and he slowly begins to just lift up a long, wide-brimmed hat. And recognize in the moonlight that
Cowboy. Sorry.
you... I think it's a lot funnier when once in a while you make a joke and I just, huh? And he kind of lifts up his hat and gives you a look, and you do recognize it as Oliver Lier. And so you have it? Yes?
I do indeed. And Frey will pull the key out of his pocket and show it to the man.
What is it? And he gives like this, like, almost like, not condescending, but cocky half smile. What was our agreement again?
Well, our agreement was a little open-ended. A favor done, a favor returned, a
Yes.
connection forged.
What kind of favor? Something you need now, or perhaps in the future?
Something I'll call in the future, I'm sure.
Right, well.
Will you be in the city a while?
That depends on how the rest of the... If this... And he motions to the key. If this works and I get what I want, probably not more than a couple of weeks, but either way, if this works, I owe you one. A favor. For that favor, perhaps I will, if you need to contact me. Thanks for a moment. There is a empty bottle of wine. Motions about a block down the street. The street's halfway between a proper street and an alley. Is laying sideways. It has been empty for a long time. You tie a red cloth to it, and we will meet here that night. It is an emergency. Tie a blue one. You can meet here in an hour.
Seems simple enough. I must admit, though, I am curious. But what is it that you were seeking so desperately that you will need a way into there?
I had the protege that I worked with closely before my retirement. She was arrested, and I wish to find out why. And free her. Someone that she was arrested alongside is in there. I can tell you more, but then maybe privy to information it could find you guilty of something later. It is up to you, of course. And motions to the three of you.
I think I kind of go for a whispered phrase here. Like, I think we'll take it as it is for now.
Ray gives a nod. Of course. I think that will certainly be enough for now, and well, that's more than enough for me to find out the rest on my own as well, if I really wish to push my nose into things. But good luck with your endeavor, and I look forward to our future work together.
And if I need to contact you, I am sure I will find out what is going on. Curious.
Yes, you will.
Curious things, the soldiers of the blue. Continue much after I left.
What did you say?
Did it continue much after I left, or was it just more boisterous? More rah-rah?
I don't. When exactly did you leave?
Little ways after the old woman was introduced. Seemed too much, too unnecessary. Too bright.
It was a lot. More of the same, really. You didn't miss much.
So, I suppose I am not quite the target audience, being that a bit more immune to those hardships. Shakes his head. My heart goes out to these people. And I hope that they find safety in the soldiers of the blue. But war and fighting in the Umbrae, it is not for me. I would rather just pay someone like them to fight on my behalf. So I suppose having more soldiers is not a bad thing. It's a little half shrug. Not my usual crowd. But I will leave you to your night. I hope you enjoy it, Mr. Frey. And I hope your companions also bear fruit in this continued business venture with us. There's a nod, and takes the key, heads back in the direction of the back door of the Sacred Blade office.
All right. And Frey will look back at Mira and Garrett and say, "Well, that was simple enough."
Didn't know people actually did this sort of thing outside of books. Well, was it string or ribbon?
Ribbon, I think.
The whole red ribbon, white ribbon thing, it seems so secretive. I guess if there are things that you're hiding, then she just sort of just shrugs, looking mystified.
Oh. With that, you guys make your way back to the Guarantine residence, and I assume it is now that Frey would fill in the others on what happened.
Yeah, he'd fill them in.
How would he explain it?
Yeah, that's actually a very important question, I think.
I think at first, I think he would fetch another bottle of wine from the wine cellar.
Priorities, yes.
Yes. And he will pour himself a glass, offer some to Garrett and to Mira as well, even though he expects she will refuse.
That just means
Indeed.
2 for Frey.
Yep. And he'll say, well, that man is a madman. He speaks of breaking down borders, frustration with all the politics, people with power, the red tape you have to go through. He just wants to direct these forces and just act without any oversight, without anybody in the way, without any concern for international matters, for borders or customs. And I'm afraid he... Oh,
That's
sorry,
not
were you...
really how governments or societies work, is it? That's what makes him mad, you mean? Or was there something else?
Well,
It sounds like he really wants to take the power more for himself.
exactly. He spoke of things of there being no hierarchy, nobody having power over anyone else, but the power would all be his in the end, and it feels like he wants to spread this control across all the lands, using the fear of the Umbrii as a catalyst.
That doesn't seem right.
It doesn't. He did express some interest in my particular skill set, so well, if the need was there, I do think I could get closer. But
Why would you want to do that?
well, Truthfully, I don't really. I'd rather not be involved in any of this, but it's good to leave those doors open, just in case. But I fear that Oslo made him rather aware of the rest of us as well, including Rohan, who he mentioned to me by name.
That's not good.
I think Garrett just feels Rowan like there's no words that come through, but just like suddenly awake.
Just the blue screen right there.
Yeah, just like,
Yeah.
oh no. I turn to Strig and I'm like, they found me too.
Well,
You guys are in abandoned
guess
house
we're
half
fucked,
asleep.
buddy.
Mira looks very alarmed. and did he have anything else to say about that?
No. No, he was pulled away to some sort of urgent matter that was happening. I don't know what.
Wow.
Then Rohan is in danger, isn't he?
It seems likely.
I think to Garrett, like, I don't think they're gonna find me here. I'm not even sure where we are, so.
Hopefully not. I will let everyone know that Rohan and Strig are like in an abandoned building somewhere in the middle of all the other abandoned buildings, so they're probably unfindable-ish.
I guess maybe there's not very much we can do right now anyway.
Right. I think our big steps are get help for Alice and Magnus. Make sure they're taken care of as quickly as we can. And get Strig and Rohan out of here. And the rest of us as soon as we can. I'm gonna be honest, it feels to me like this guy and his people are gonna go for a coup over Vreeland. May not be bad to get Alice and Magnus out of here either if they can. I don't know.
Fuck Chester, though.
Well, he's not in town. He's out of town.
No, he goes to Ardenford.
What?
You guys haven't met Chester yet, but he goes to Ardenford. He doesn't live at home, but he goes to the university.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh. I was thinking, for some reason, I was thinking Ardenford was a town. I forgot it was the
Ardenford University.
Yeah, I forgot it was the university's name. I thought it was a town further down the coast. Isn't Chester the dad? Or is Chester someone
No,
else?
Chester's the second youngest brother.
I will
Oh.
write it down for you.
Okay.
It's Magnus, then Judith, then Chester, then Alice. Oh my god.
So-
I would love to have Molly back so I can have her kill Toussaint. That would be perfect.
Alright, so as you guys decompress from the absolute train wreck of revelations that have happened today, an exhaustive day with all manner of twists, turns, and bits and bobs. Strig going on the run, apparently being found out. Rowan being found out and already being on the run. Frey being offered a job. A entire new company of soldiers being founded and apparently trying to justify themselves in a big way immediately. Everything seemingly coming to a head here in Fortun Isol. Things hopefully getting better on the horizon, but truly, even here in the well-lit and safe city of Fortun Isol, things may feel, for this group, as dire as they ever have. And here, as sleep comes less easily than it normally would, some of you, despite veritably comfortable conditions. The Guaranteed household more lively than it has been in quite some time. Even with fractured home, still family missing. And a couple of lost souls out in an abandoned building far in the west of town at the edge of the dregs. Clock turns over, midnight comes to pass. It is another day. Fortun Isol. And that is where we will pick up tomorrow. For now, we will end tonight's session. Fuck, that was hot!
All right.
Hey, Adosh.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
I'm so stressed.
I'm sorry.
It's fine.
Oh.
I feel bad for Strig, too.
Strig got hired for a job. Don't feel bad for him.
I mean... Wait, Lee, did you get told what the thing was? What the letter was? Or did you not know until I read it to you or whatever?
No, Street can't read.
Cool.
Strig just saw a wax seal that he recognized.
Fucking booked it.
And then he just jumped out a window and left the fucking mule there. Oh. So. Yeah, Strig was on the run. He waited for a few hours, like, outside of the Guaranteed house to see if anyone showed up, and they never did.
Well...
Oh.
I feel like this session in particular, like, it really feels like, I don't know, like everything zoomed out so much, like the stakes got so much bigger, and it feels overwhelming, because we're just five little guys, you know?
Yeah. This is what I mean. Like, you guys can just be like, all right, that's cool, see ya. Like, this is what I mean about, like, it's your guys' game. I just present stuff happening. And if you don't want to fuck with it, that's fine, but big stuff do be happening. What you guys actually want to do, and, you know, you go, hey, let's fuck with this, let's not fuck with this, is completely up to you.
Yeah. I feel like if Frey had told Toussaint that he was apt, then he might have found out what he wanted the mages for.
That he was what?
That he's apt, that he can do magic.
I would be worried that he would just abduct Frey like he did to Rohan 11 years ago.
I thought
Honestly,
about it.
fair.
I
Yeah,
wouldn't
that's
mind
fair.
that twist. I think that'd be a lot of fun. But also, Frey does not consider himself a magic user.
Yeah, that's fair.
He knows there's something arcane about him, but he's not like, I'm a mage.
Yeah.
Like, he
that's
knows he's
fair.
supernatural, but the extent of that is very much up to interpretation.
Yeah, that's fair.
Also, you got some... I was not ready for the fucking pocket watch thing. Holy shit.
That's cool. That was awesome.
I was not ready for you to pull that out. That is not a reveal I wanted to do fucking session 1 of Edelweiss. I guess session 2.
I'm sorry.
No, it happens.
Don't
That's the
apologize.
fun twist of it.
Okay, but
Never
really,
apologize
if
to
my
Rob.
charisma convinces too powerful, I can nerf it back. I think about that.
Don't you dare.
sometimes.
No, it is
You are
desperately important.
single-handedly carrying our team through every
Ronnie
horrible social
Ronnie
interaction.
is too good at this game. Ronnie is so good at this game.
It's those fucking weighted dice. I keep telling her she needs to fucking get new dice, and she's like, no, I'm using the weighted ones. Frey doesn't roll bad.
Yeah, I'm doing really well. In this last one, I rolled a 2 and a 1, but because of my superpower, the 1 became a 4.
Yeah. And your other superpower, the 6 becomes a 10. The 1 becomes a 4, the 6 becomes a 10. That's like Frey in a nutshell. Oh.
It is really satisfying. It is really satisfying that Ronnie's role playing is also like very charismatic and good. So it's like it feels right that Frey rolls well. So it is satisfying.
Well, thank you, because every time I speak, I'm just thinking to myself, I should just clarify this is going through a Frey filter because he's a lot more eloquent than I am.
You do fine.
I think you do great. Yeah.
You do fine. Given I imagine for Frey, it's also a lot more there's just a lot of extra fancy garbage words in between everything.
There is.
I imagine, it's not hi, it's greetings. It is an absolute pleasure to meet you, and then you describe a 2-minute detailed bow. Sometimes brevity has to take over for that.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, he is. He likes words. He likes pretty words, big words.
Yeah. I don't see him as super suave necessarily, but very charismatic and I don't know, you just your heart goes out to him. You like having him around kind of way. And it works. He's kind of nervous, but also very likable.
I love that. I love that Fortun Isol. I was so excited for that. I was like, Fortun Isol's gonna be so much fun. I know Strig doesn't want to go, but it's gonna be so much fun. We're finally gonna see what's going on with Rowan.
Strig is not having fun.
Edelweiss one of my favorites. His fucking big speeches that I get to write. I had a huge speech written that you guys kind of left for, and I was like, okay, well, I've got other stuff. And I got to give another one, and he's just got such a fun way of talking. The whole thing, I love the whole thing where he was like, yeah, the fucking leaders of Alasir would spend all their coin and build a castle in the Grassdune Sea to rule over the Blades. I just love that. It's so fucking up its own ass.
Yeah, I really enjoyed our conversation.
At no point was it ever tense until the very end when he's like, hey, actually, I know exactly who you and your friends are.
It does retroactively make it so much more sinister that he was jockeying so hard to get Frey to work for him. Because it is why?
But does he really know who he knows who Rohan is? Does he really know who the rest of us are? We're just traveling with him.
Yeah, I mean that's all he knows, and all he knows is what Grayson told him apparently. But Rohan is not again, Rohan has both the advantage and disadvantage of being obviously foreign. So it's if you describe Rowan, the chances of someone else looking like Rowan in a given adventuring party are pretty fucking rare.
Representation matters.
Yeah. Which is why it was really awkward when Rowan wasn't there and Alice had to apologize and be like, "Hey, they're not racist. It's just awkward."
I loved that. That was hilarious.
Alex, I hope you enjoyed the tutor. That was for you.
Gee, thanks.
You're welcome. I have more for that, but I figured the session was going slow already, and I'm like, we had to get Dave caught up, and I was like, I really wanted to just crank it and get going. There's a lot of stuff. You guys have noticed, like, when you're in a city, there's just a lot of stuff to do. Like, there's just always lots of stuff. So, like, you gotta really cover all the stuff. You gotta go places and get stuff. I am also going to start working more on city maps, and I do apologize. Like I said, it took me, like, 150 hours to do the unfinished map of Alasir that I hate looking at. So, I really need to figure out a better scenario, a better solution for city maps, but I am working on it, so.
Okay. I mean, I liked that map, but also, like, it's fine. As long as you don't mind describing or, like, answering questions when we ask them, it's cool.
Especially since, I mean, at least since I've joined the party, we left Alice there within 24 hours, and now it sounds like we're going to be leaving Fortun Isol also within, like, 48 hours. So how long are we really going to spend in these cities if we keep, like, being like, okay, time to run away?
Yeah.
Oh, God. Yeah, I don't... It feels like you guys are going to be a hot minute as much as you don't want to. Like... I mean, hey, you could run. Or you can see what kind of job offer Strig got. Maybe it's time to make a deal.
Shut up.
You should be ashamed
That's
of
what
yourself.
everyone should say to Robert at all times.
Let's make a deal?
No, shut up.
What am I, Howie Mandel?
Shut up.
Did he do the let's make a deal?
Sounds.
Yeah, he did
plausible.
Deal or No Deal.
Oh yeah. Let's make a deal as Monty Hall.
I don't... Is that a different thing?
Yeah.
That's a different... That's another TV show?
Yeah, that's the Monty Hall problem one.
I didn't...
You know, with the goats in the car.
Some part of my brain must have known that was a name, and I got it confused with Deal or No Deal, I guess. But I was thinking of Deal or No Deal.
Mm.
Oh, all right. So, next fucking session, you guys. You got out of it, but next session, I have a feeling you have to have an important office meeting so that you can own a castle in Vreeland, which is conveniently in the outskirts, and I imagine no one will think about in case there's, a war or anything happening.
And we
Europe
still need a
punches
group name.
fascist.
We really gotta think of a group name. Or like settle on one.
Do we need a group name?
The Quivering.
Stop!
No.
Every time you say quivering is almost as bad as every time Toussaint, like when Toussaint said my name. It's like upsetting. Viscerally
The
upsetting.
Quivering Ben Weeshaws.
Is it Weeshaw, not Weishaw?
Yeah, it's Weeshaw.
When
On
you-
that note, I'm going to bed.
Yeah.
The
Yeah, me
Quivering
too.
Bed.
Good night.
Right. Yes. Good
Good
night.
night.
Oh, God.